stable political party with all the cadres executing their responsibilities without being diverted to something else. In this case, Hlophe being the leader of the party in government and then also being the deputy president of the party. Then they might argue and say they want him to be focused on parliament while Duduzane focuses on this position of being the first deputy
All right.
president.
I mean, I suppose for the voter, what's important is, would they interpret that as providing the terrain that will ensure a stable MK party, or in fact will it cause instability?
That is a critical question, and coincidentally, I've just sent an opinion piece to one of your media houses saying that the most important thing in all of this are the voters, because usually perceptions weigh more than facts. The party definitely knows the perceptions weigh more than facts. The party definitely knows the facts as to why they effected these changes. But the electorate is not privy to that information, facts as to why they effected these changes. But the electorate is not privy to that information, in which case then they are going to use their own insights, draw their own conclusions, and therefore take decisions on how they are going to vote in the upcoming local government election. So voters, for me, should always be given first priority, because these are the people who make or break political parties, not necessarily leaders per se.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Excepting maybe the last thing I'll ask you: what do you know? What can we glean from the leadership of Duduzane Zuma? Because I mean, ultimately, if he's the first deputy president, I mean, we all can work out what that means, isn't it? Oh, I think he's just gone. Okay, I did say goodbye, then said just in conclusion that question. But it's an interesting one for you to think about. You know, what do you make of the changes within the MK party, solidify before the next election, or effectively jettison those that are seeming to undermine the leadership? And, you know, who leads the party, who makes the decisions within that party? How convincing would they be for you if you intend voting for them to say, hey, that's my party, I like what they're doing? And then what about Duduzane Zuma? What do you make of the apparent leadership skills that he has for him to be in a position as the first deputy president? Or as some others have said disparagingly, I mean, that's a family stokvel. What is it that you make of that? Well, let's talk to Zwelinzima Vavi about his pronouncements regarding things in South Africa, particularly those who consider themselves Zulu, right after this.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Cutting costs means more money for your business. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Marshall from Bow Electrical.
I was with my other insurance for many years and then I switched to OUTsurance Business Insurance. It was a one quick call. They give me a great cover and a great price. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose. I wish I have switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
The situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Charlotte Pala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
Right, so this Women's Month, South Africa marks a historic milestone of freedom, the 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March to the Union buildings under the theme of Empowered Women, Empower Nation. Join the government on the 9th of August at the same Union buildings as we honor the women who stood together for freedom, dignity, and equality while celebrating today's women who continue to build our nation. The day will feature commemorative activities, cultural performances, and messages of hope, unity, as well as economic empowerment. So be part of this historic occasion. And you know the line, Watinda Bafazi, Watin Imbokora, a message from the government of the Republic of South Africa.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Right, there's no question that one of the key themes of the last few months, Bafazi, Watin Imbokora, a message from the government of the Republic of South Africa.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Right, there's no question that one of the key themes of the last few months has been the issues of immigration, immigrants in South Africa, what's working, what's not, who needs to be here, who doesn't need to be here, what about undocumented foreign nationals, and generally how South Africa should be dealing with that. Now, central to that has been clearly the very apparent activism against what is seen as on the one hand, undocumented foreign nationals. On another hand, it's just been foreign nationals just generally. And I know it's a general comment, and I'm not attributing it to one party or one group or one movement, but that's been the narrative. Now, different people have said different things. Zwelinzima Vavi has also had a comment to make, and we thought we're going to talk to him about it. So good to chat with you, as always, here on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. Now, we thought we'll just get your thoughts on this. I mean, I picked up a piece, and you're being quoted in an interview with a Nigerian radio station, which you gave a few days ago, and the claim is that, according to you, right, that when it comes to people who are Zulu, they have a very clear Zulu first, South Africa second identity, and as a result of that, they see themselves above other groups, and for that reason, that is why the xenophobia that we now see prevalent in some parts of South Africa started in KZN, right? Again, the allegation is that Zulu voters generally, therefore, be reluctant to support leaders from other ethnic groups. There's a whole lot more that was said, but I thought let me get your response on that. I mean, how accurate is that?
Well, there is if you look at the detail of what I said, and which I've just listened to it very carefully now, to check if really I misrepresented the facts as I know them. And I want to stand with everything that I was saying in analyzing, firstly, what I call the squeeze in that interview. The squeeze facing the black people, the working class, the people residing in the informal settlements, in the townships and in the rural areas. The economic squeeze of normalizing the unemployment, poverty, inequality, and the falling of the municipalities who are unable to provide even the most basic services. The intense competition among South Africans for scarce resources, and in the process, the rising tensions even between the South Africans themselves in terms of the internal migration, particularly people moving from the Eastern Cape to Johannesburg and Cape Town, Durban, and Limpopo to Johannesburg, and leading to the development of the new phenomenons that in the interview I describe as the phenomenon of Banabamu, which means that the children of this area, meaning that we should reserve the jobs created in the mining industries for people who are born in this industry, then who are born in this town. Then I go further in that interview to say that, look, if we should reserve the jobs created in the mining industries for people who are born in this industry, Then we were born in this South Africa. We have been helped in the main by the ANC, who for over 100 and more years has been drilling South Africans to unite and made them to sing a song, Zulu, Xhosa, Msotho, Hlanganani, meaning that you, the Xhosas, the Zulus, and the Sothos unite because we have one enemy. That, the fact that the ANC is falling and unable to unite all of the tribal groupings against the enemy that appear no longer to be the same as the white apartheid regime, but now being poverty, unemployment, poverty, and economic degradation, makes us to face new challenges in that nation is now falling apart with the ANC. That unity, that glue that kept black people, the African majority together, is now weakening. And now you have the old dynamics that have always been there beginning to play themselves out in our society. And I then explain, and this is where the misinformation or the information peddlers are being mischievous.
All right, so where are they being mischievous,
Let
Tommy?
me build this point. In the Eastern Cape, I explained, there is always dynamism within one language grouping. There is dynamism. There is always sense of prejudices against other people from other provinces. Those things get suppressed by the ANC. I explained that thing plays itself out everywhere else. And then I explained that in some provinces, those prejudices are worse than the other provinces.
Okay.
And people then pick up that part to say that, no, this was an attack on Zulu nationalism and all of that. Nothing can be further than this.
All right, so if it's not an attack,
listen to the full
all right, so
interview.
we're certainly not saying it's an attack, but let's get the clarity. I mean, did you say that the strong Zulu nationalism puts many people in that region to think Zulu first, South Africa second? And if so, I mean, is that okay or is that not okay? Because did you also say that that would be a catalyst for fueling xenophobia?
No, I'm saying that once you build hierarchies in your mind, that I am, as the clan of Amaiha, are better than Amambo Domise and all of that, you have a hierarchy in your mind that you are better off than others. During the time of crisis, those hierarchies in the mindset, not of people of KwaZulu-Natal only, but across all of the provinces, will then begin to play out when there is an intense competition over resources. And in particular, when there is an agitation that is meant to mobilize people against migrants and make them the scapegoats and the inferior groups than you. And hence, I was saying that, and hence you suddenly get a new song being sung proudly in the streets of KwaGombo that we, the Zulus, are going to be killing the Shangans. Never heard of such a song, but it's now free for all. Everybody sings and retreating back to regionalism, tribalism, and xenophobia.
All right, so in that light, we've only got a minute left, I'm afraid, because we're on to news already, right? Here's a quick thought then. In terms of what's unfolded in the last few months in South Africa around the issues of migrants, right, documented or not, right? What are your thoughts, A, I understand what may have fueled it because you've touched on it. What are your thoughts, A, in terms of how government has handled it, B, in terms of the pressure groups who've been activists on the streets, and C, what should happen next? You got a minute, if you can, to answer all of that.
The government is the source of the problem. The government allowed our borders to be what they are today so that everybody can come in.
And see what should happen next. You got a minute, if you can, to answer all of that.
The government is the source of the problem. The government allowed our borders to be what they are today so that everybody can come in. And when people complain about that, and please hear us out, we're not saying that that automatically means that they are xenophobic. The government is to blame because it is they that have an understaffed Home Affairs and Border Authority Management that is unable to cope. Worst of all, when it becomes the authority management that is unable to cope. Worst of all, when it becomes corrupted. It is the government that have failed the black working class, the African majority in South Africa, by keeping these levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality tolerable. And it is the government that should have engineered the regional development, the African development, with 32 years into democracy. That we have these levels of inequalities. Underdevelopment at this scale, as you see it in Swaziland and Lesotho and Mozambique, is something that have to be blamed on the entire political.
So we don't have the time. We don't have the time. In 30 seconds, what should happen now? That means we know what happened. What should happen now?
Fight for the reindustrialization of South Africa. Fight for job creation. Direct the anger to the sources, the architects of the crisis that we are facing. That's what we should do.
And what should we be doing with the foreign nationals, documented and not? Quick answer.
We are very clear. We are opposed to people coming into any other country without documents. Absolutely. Okay. We are opposed to people getting.
What should we be doing with the foreign nationals, documented and not? Quick answer.
We are very clear. We are opposed to people coming into any other country without documents. Absolutely. Okay. We are opposed to people getting employed into the South African economy without document. We are very clear about that one.
All right, let's leave it there. Zwelinzima Vavi, I think we should have another chat sometime down the line on a whole range of issues affecting our country. Delayed news headlines, my apology for that. Here's Ondala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Parliament has confirmed that MK Party LP David Skosana has been temporarily suspended from Parliament after announcing the suspension of NCC leader Fadil Adams earlier today. The Madanga Commissioner has heard allegations that former Investigative Directorate Against Corruption head Advocate Andrea Johnson had planned to set up suspended National Police Commissioner Fanny Masemula so that he could be charged with perjury later. And Gauteng applications for Grade 1 and Grade 8 for the 2027 academic year are now officially open. The month-long application period opened at 8 a.m. today and will close at midnight on the 4th of next month. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Well, to me, I'm glad to know as we talk sport that we can reflect on the fact that Banyana are in the quarterfinals of WAFCON, right? What else?
Absolutely. And a big congratulations to them. I think right now it's all about them building that momentum because they did start slow. And next up for them is Morocco. And Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that her team is ready for that challenge in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals after securing a hard-earned 1-0 win over Burkina Faso yesterday. Tembi Kgatlana scoring the only goal of the match to help South Africa qualify for the last 8. And Banyana also benefited from a VAR decision that overturned a penalty awarded to Burkina Faso. And Ellis admitted that her side did not play their best football after taking an early lead.
Now the games are coming thick and fast. It's no margin for error. But as I said, we're not going to worry about tomorrow. We'll celebrate tonight, and then tomorrow we'll get started for the next game, because you also got to give a little bit of credit to the analysts. They were spot on. We knew what they were going to do. They were spot on. We knew where the transition was going to come from. They were spot on, and I think you got to give credit to the technical team who worked really hard. The medical team, I mean, we don't have any muscle injuries. We've got injuries from, little niggles and stuff. So it's been a collective effort, and I think the players, more than anything, deserve, due credit for their performance tonight. Like I said, sometimes it's not pretty, but sometimes the team has shown that they can also grind instead of just playing the football. I think in 2018 we played probably the best football of the tournament. We didn't win it. 2022, we mixed it up a bit, the way we played. So we've learned that you can't play pretty all the time, and that's what people expect from Banyana. But we just take it step by step and day by day.
Well, they face Morocco on Saturday. Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates have apologized to supporters after Saturday's Betway Premiership opener at Orlando Amstel Arena was marred by unruly scenes outside the stadium. The club says that the venue had to be locked down after criminal syndicates were found selling counterfeit tickets, creating a serious risk to public safety. Pirates confirmed the decision to close the gates was taken by the venue operations center, leaving some fans with valid tickets unable to gain entry. Refunds will be administered through the open tickets, and the Buccaneers, who beat Milford FC 2-0, insist that they remain committed to working with the PSL, stadium management and law enforcement to combat criminal activity and ensure safe match day operations. Elsewhere, FIFA President Gianni Infantino is under growing pressure ahead of the organization's presidential election next year. Several football associations have reportedly withdrawn their support for Infantino following criticism of some of his recent proposals and concerns about the way that he's leading world football. According to the New York Times global sports correspondent Tariq Panja, FIFA is facing one of the biggest leadership crises in its history, and Panja believes that confidence in Infantino has been badly damaged and says that the FIFA president should step down if the organization want to avoid a bigger divide within world football. In athletics, fresh from winning his first major international medal at Commonwealth Games, South African sprint star Sinesipho Dambile says that he's not in a hurry to announce who will coach him next. Dambile made history by winning the men's 200-meter gold medal in Glasgow, becoming the first African athlete to win the Commonwealth 200-meter title. Now, his longtime coach, Thabo coach Tima Tiberi, has taken a new coach role of the Malaysian sprint team from the 1st of August, leaving athletes such as Dambile, Gift Liotlela, the likes of Bayanda Walaza without his daily guidance. And Dambile says he remains tight-lipped when asked whether he has already found a new coach or started looking for one. Ending things off with the tennis top seed, Aryna Sabalenka advanced to the third round of the National Bank Open with straight sets win over Japanese qualifier Mayuka Uchijima. Now, Sabalenka got off to a slow start, falling behind by an early break and trailing 2-love against Uchijima in the opening set. The 28-year-old responded by winning 5 consecutive games and never looking back, closing it out 6-3 and 6-3 in 1 hour and 21 minutes. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Passon's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
And the drama continues, right? There's news that the suspended EMPD Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 4 others have been arrested for alleged involvement in the murder and dumping into the river of the body of Emmanuel Bense 2022. Let's get your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I knew exactly that your analyst is going to try and be mild towards the MK party. He's been doing this for a while. If what is happening in the MK party was happening in the ANC, I'm telling you, was going to tear it apart. I mean, whatever that is happening in that spaza shop of Zuma, Ashraf, cannot be justified. I mean, how do you elevate Duduzane Zuma from the street straight to the deputy president of a party? I mean, that's moomish. Thank you.
Okay, and you know what? I think many, and I mean, I certainly heard what the analyst said, and you're right, he felt it was just a very important restructuring ahead of the elections. I don't know, three months before an election, and you parachute others from outside. I mean, what message? Well, I put it to you, if you are an MK party voter, are you convinced that the party is on the right track, or do you think the party has been sidetracked, and therefore you will not give them your vote?
Good day, Ashraf. They say a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. A bad tree can only bear bad fruit, unhealthy fruit. And that is why, just like the party, the MK party, nothing good is coming out of there, because at the root of that party is a bad tree. And that bad tree is Jacob Zuma. That is why there is no future for the MK party in South African politics when Zuma is still in control. Vince, Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Vince. But you see, when you say no future, in fact, the numbers tell you something else. The numbers suggest, as per that last election, they have done fantastically well for a brand new party. So many people see them as a future or the future.
Happy 90th birthday to SAFM in Pretoria. As I recollect on how far I come with SAFM from the era of AM Live, PM Live, Sally Badet, John Pellman, Michelle Constant, Tim Modise era, and the era of Nico Bikicha. Yeah, that's how far we come with this station. And it's still going strong. Happy birthday. Ashraf, keep it up there, man. We love you guys. Happy birthday, SAFM.
Wow, you're very kind.
Cheers.
I'll tell you what, when you mention people like Sally Badet, of course I worked with her, and I think she's in the UK right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, that, and of course John Perlman and many others too. In fact, here's a question to you, right? Yesterday I asked you, do you know anybody who's 90 years old or older who actually listened to SAFM in its various forms on day one? And of course we had one or two people responding. But here's another one to you, if you are like me and you're below 90. When did you listen to SAFM for the very first time? Like, can you remember that moment when someone told you to listen to the station and you got hooked and say, this is nice, and you just did not stop? When did that happen to you? Because if I think of me, I was a listener too, before I began hosting shows here on SAFM. So when did you do so?
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, there are developments, I suppose there's global developments all around the world, but what about what's happened between Russia and the Ukraine? The latest news is that the Russian forces attacked the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, with waves of ballistic missiles in the early part of the morning, killing one person, injuring 22, and severely damaging buildings in several districts of that city. Let's find out more about it with Dr. Joan Swart, who's a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. Dr. Swart, you're on the Pulse. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. What do you make of this has been a war of attrition for a long, long time, but what do you make of this latest salvo?
Absolutely. And it shames me to say that initially I was pretty sure it would last for about 6 weeks. And here we are just about 4.5 months in. So the reason shames me to say that initially I was pretty sure it would last for about 6 weeks. And here we are just about 4.5 months in. So the recent escalation.
Just to correct you, 4.5 years.
4.5 years. 4.5 years. Yes, sorry. So the latest escalation is pretty worrying. and Russia, of course, is responding to the drone attacks and some other terrorist attacks that they are claiming Ukraine is behind it. That's being done in the Moscow area and inside of Russia. So we've seen quite a bit of those in the last week, including a bombing of a restaurant in Moscow, a beachside was done in the Moscow area and inside of Russia. So we've seen quite a bit of those in the last week, including a bombing of a restaurant in Moscow, a beachside resort on the Black Sea, and so on, with some civilian casualties there as well. So this escalation comes on the back of that. So Russia is, I think, ramping up their efforts to get into this war after all of this time. It believed that attrition would serve them well, and I'm sure they had good reasons for that, to manage escalation in the first most important point. But I think we've gone kind of beyond this now. So the feeling inside Russia is that there's pressure on Putin to kind of put an end to this. And that comes from the public, he's still enjoying a very good approval rating from the public there, and then from the State Duma as well.
But when you say there's pressure from the public on Putin to put an end to it, what does put an end mean?
That is a very good question. So how do we expect this war will end? And I think it will not, unfortunately, not end with negotiations. It will end on the battlefield, and most probably it'll be like a kind of a permanent ceasefire, kind of a frozen conflict. Negotiations, I think, is only likely if there's a political collapse in either of the two countries. And I don't think it's very likely, or less likely, in Russia than in Ukraine. In Ukraine, Zelensky's approval rating is still fine, but it's not very high. And we've seen some public resistance there starting to show on the streets.
Where does South Africa fit in on this? And I'll tell you why. Because there was a period South Africa put their position forward that we will talk to all the leaders in the hope of being able to influence call it a ceasefire, a decision that will be lasting. Where does South Africa fit in now? I haven't heard much.
Well, there's a couple of things there. I don't think we are being seen as in a position to take part in any kind of negotiations. We are generally seen by the West. And you're seeing many complaints from the US side, from the ambassador and so on, that we are too involved with Russia. Kind of regular visits that it does not suit any economy well. So we'll probably be affected by that, and the uncertainty regarding multipolarity and the fact that there are certain empires or powers that appear to be in decline. And then DIRCO, of course, is in a difficult situation now. They claim non-alignment, which is fine. It's a very good thing. But they say it's very different from being neutral. So non-alignment means that you can negotiate with everybody where it suits you. Being neutral means that you can still criticize somebody and then also work with them. So it's a fine line that they're trying to walk, and they get criticism from many sides, including from certain groupings in South Africa.
Now, in the light of what's happened overnight or this morning, is that an escalation of violence between one country and the other, or Russia, to this case, to the Ukraine? Or is this actually quite the norm? That means we are fussing about something that's just the most normal thing that's happened in that region for a long time.
I think it is an escalation. Up to now, most of the last 4 years, was confined to the Donbass areas and the two other oblasts next to it. So I think this is an escalation, and it started with the deep attacks inside of Russia by Ukraine. And the fact that it seems that the Western powers are sort of directly assist an escalation, and it started with the deep attacks inside of Russia by Ukraine. And the fact that it seems that the Western powers are sort of directly assisting them with weapons and with intelligence and so forth.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Dr. Joan Swart, researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. What do you make of it? What do you make of the Russian attack on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, which 22 injured, one person died, and some say, well, it's only one person. I'm not saying that. I'm saying some may say that compared to other conflicts where you get 50, 100, 200 people in one day. But there's been damage, and therefore beyond the loss of life, the symbolism around that damage. And as my guest has been saying, that the people of Russia want Putin to put an end to it. But what does put an end really mean?
South Africa out of this world. They are champions for the first time. Machia's brace.
Africa's finest are ready to battle for continental glory at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations from 26 July to 16 August.
Linda Mutsalo, Israel is celebrating.
Don't miss the passion, the skill, and the unforgettable moments as Africa's best teams compete for the WAFCON 2026 title. Back Banyana Banyana. Watch WAFCON live on SABC.
That is it. That is the final whistle.
Catch all the action live on SABC2, SABC3, SABC radio stations, and SABC Plus. African Queens, live and loud on SABC.
One needed to win.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of WAFCON 2026.
For the love of the game.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAFM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM. The National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? What does it mean to be an SAFM woman? Now, I'll leave that to you to answer it. What does it mean? What is an SAFM woman? I'll leave you to think about it, and you can add your thoughts on that too. Well, let's talk about education now, and Grade 1, Grade 8 applications, which is, the beginning of high school, now have opened in the Gauteng province. They've opened, in fact, today. Let's find out more about it with Anwabile Lebulwana, who's the spokesperson for the Gauteng Department of Education. Appreciate you engaging us. You're very much now on the pulse.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Right, I suppose there's a whole lot of who, what, when, where, why around, applications being opened. Tell me about it.
Yes, so the application process thus far has received almost 200,500. The parents are applying in the various areas, and you've got key hotspots where the schools are in demand. These are schools that are mostly in suburban areas.
Okay, and the processes here, right? I mean, for a long time it's been manual only, then the manual, then online. What's the position this time round?
So we've got 48 walk-in centers. All schools also are at the walk-in centers. And then we've got an additional 15 where it's district offices. You can go to any district should you be facing any problem in the application process. But it's a very simplistic process. It's user-friendly. Per second, it takes 800,000. So it's not a system where it's going to be crashing or stuck or any glitches.
Okay, I understand. We've already heard complaints from people about website crashing, and based upon last year and now this year. What can you tell us about that?
This year, there's no crashing, there's no glitches. The system is highly advanced and it's efficient.
What's changed this time around? What has made it highly advanced?
No, the department has increased its capacity. There's technical innovations made in the background to ensure that it's a big system. The other thing, it quickly picks up where the address is incorrect or it's fraudulent. It sets aside, because some of the delays are created by people submitting wrong details that don't match what SARS has or what the deeds office has. And it's things that can be verified. So we're able to quickly put on the site and communicate with them directly.
All right. What about the numbers? I mean, let's talk about that. According to you, because you would know this, right? How many learners would be entering grade 1? How many would be entering grade 8? And do you have enough capacity for both sets of learners in the regions where they live?
So the problem is not even the system. The problem is the unavailability of sufficient infrastructure to accommodate the learners. So we are expecting just 210,000 grade 1. We're expecting 240 something thousand on grade 8.
Okay. And now what about being able to fulfill that need capacity?
Yes. So there's about 22 more schools that will be built, are being built as we speak, between now and January to be able to respond to the demand. But with the human rights, more schools that will be built, are being built as we speak, between now and January to be able to respond to the demand. But with the human rights demanding that every child must access education, you will have undocumented learners, you will have, an unplanned number. So it happens that you still have some parts or some communities saying they're struggling to be placed. But as things stand, there's serious improvements in terms of the system and preparation on infrastructure.
Now, listen, naturally, most people want to, take their children to a school closest to where they live, within reasonable distance. But what they definitely want to do is take their children to the best possible school in that region. It's the most natural inclination that we all have, right? How do you balance that out? Because, every year we hear this situation, this discussion, and then you find there's a complete shortfall, oversubscription in one school and shortfall in another, and then parents don't want to take their children to the wrong schools. You probably would do the same thing.
The system allows you to apply at a school nearest to your house, nearest to your workplace, at a school with a sibling. So this is also helping to have even learners from townships accessing schools in affluent areas, because the workplace at a school with a sibling. So this is also helping to have even learners from townships accessing schools in affluent areas, because the bone of contention here is everyone trying to get a school in Bryanston, in these affluent areas. And we understand them. However, most of the budget of education is spent at the quintile 1 to 3 schools, meaning a school in Tembisa, Alexandra, has got the biggest budget to support your child. You don't have to be trying to get to a school in Centurion, a school in, in these Midland areas.
Okay, just lastly, what happens to a learner who cannot be placed? And we hear those stories. What should they do then?
It should not happen. There's not a single learner who won't be placed. Every learner will be placed.
Okay, and lastly, you said...
But the other part of that, it may also create the problem of the ratio to a teacher, the numbers, then we'll have discussions about those. But the key point is to be able to have manageable classes where learners are able to get a good education.
Okay, and just very quickly, we're on to news. Regarding undocumented learners, would that be undocumented South Africans or undocumented foreign nationals? And in both cases, you have to accept them.
Yes, our constitution provides for that whether a child is from Malawi, Zimbabwe, if they're in the country and they seek education, we've got to offer that child a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that undocumented learner,
yes,
foreign learner whose parents are foreign nationals, and the parent is undocumented, what happens then when that person comes to the school?
There's a very low number of South Africans who are undocumented, but we do have foreign nationals. But Home Affairs is dealing with that in immigration to ensure that the system has got almost none in terms of those who are undocumented.
Okay.
So parents must prepare their documentation, get your child immunized, get a clinic card, prepare yourself sufficiently.
Okay. We'll have the conversation from a health and a Home Affairs perspective. Appreciate your time on Mobile Lubelwana, the spokesperson for the Gauteng Department of Education. Let's get the news now. It's just gone 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Julius Mkwanazi and 4 others arrested, and grade 1 and 8 applications for 2027 academic year opened in Gauteng. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 4 others have been arrested in connection with the 2022 murder of Emmanuel Mpense. Mpense was allegedly tortured to death in Brakpan before his body was dumped into a dam. The arrests follow allegations heard at the Madlanga Commission linking police and private security personnel to his death. SABC senior reporter Criselda Lewis says this is not the first arrest from Mkwanazi stemming from testimony at the Madlanga Commission.
There were 2 arrests first that were affected by the South African Police Service. Those relate to incidents around the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, and the 2 other arrests relate to IPID arrest, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. That is pertaining to the precious stones matter, and now relating to alleged involvement in the killing and the dumping of the body of Emmanuel Mpense.
Parliament has confirmed that MK Party MP David Skosana has been temporarily suspended from Parliament after announcing the suspension of NCC leader Fadil Adams earlier today. The 2 have been suspended in accordance with the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Fadil has been suspended from the 3rd to the 28th of August and Skosana from the 3rd until the 21st of this month. A correspondence from Parliament's Protection and Security Services says during this period, both members are prohibited from entering the parliamentary precinct for any purpose without the prior permission of National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza. The Madlanga Commission has heard allegations that former Investigative Directorate Against Corruption head Advocate Andrea Johnson had planned to set up suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula so that he could be charged with perjury later. IDEC State Advocate Dushanta Ramsamy told the Commission that Johnson instructed investigators not to inform Masemula about an investigation into the vetting of certain crime intelligence officials before he appeared before Parliament. According to Ramsamy, the alleged intention was to allow Masemula to make false statements to the Portfolio Committee on Police so that he could be charged with perjury later.
And so obviously at some point there was talk about if he lies at Portfolio Committee, but this is well after. I think this is in February or March, and this was just between Padiachi, myself and Mr. Perumal, where if he lies, we can at least charge him for perjury.
He would have lied to a committee of parliament, which in itself is an offence.
So the plan was to set him up.
In essence, it was. That was the instructions. Don't tell him, let him go and lie.
So that he can be arrested and charged.
Correct.
And be presented to court.
Correct.
Gauteng applications for grade 1 and 8 for the 2027 academic year are now officially open. The month-long application period opened at 8 a.m. today and will close at midnight on the 4th of next month. Grade R parents seeking grade 1 and those seeking grade 8 placements must apply online, while parents applying for other grades will need to approach schools directly. Gauteng MEC for Education Lebogang Maile urged parents to not fall for scams and to use the official Gauteng Education online applications website.
All parents who have not yet applied, please do not wait until the last minute. Apply now. Complete all the required steps and submit your supporting documents on time. I also want to caution parents against scammers. Online admission is completely free of charge. No one can sell or guarantee your child a school placement. If you need assistance, please visit any of our 48 walk-in centers, 15 district offices, or your nearest public school.
The South African High Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal, has been recalled for consultation by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation after he accompanied former President Jacob Zuma to an event in India where Zuma met one of the Gupta brothers. Addressing the media in Pretoria, Minister Ronald Lamula announced that a new framework on protocol that was often extended to former presidents and former deputy presidents will be reviewed.
As part of this framework, the Presidency and DIRCO jointly established a mandatory disclosure mechanism requiring former presidents and deputy presidents seeking protocol and diplomatic support to provide full details of the purpose of travel, programs, activities, sources of funding, principal hosts, key engagements, and the capacity in which they will be traveling to enable an informed assessment of the appropriate level of support required and any associated reputational, political, and diplomatic or security risks that may be involved.
Recapping the top story, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and 4 others have been arrested in connection with the 2022 murder of Emmanuel Mbenze. Mbenze was allegedly tortured to death in Brakpan before his body was dumped into a dam. I'm Mondela Mara for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports, the South suffered to channel World Cup funds into development. Janse van Rensburg to lead Springbok women in Suva, and big names locked in for SA20 Season 5. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. A couple of issues we're tracking in the Free State, which are pretty important. The R702, the vet stop just past Bloemfontein Maximum Prison, currently closed and probably will be for another hour or so. There's a major fire in that area. Also, the N1 just north of Vinberg still closed as well. Protesting that we saw yesterday has erupted again today. Expect delays and diversions north of Bloemfontein in that Vinberg area. Let's get you an update from Gauteng Highways as we begin a drive home. Auckland. A crash on the Mike 1 near 11th Avenue in the Houghton Estate area. Heavy going north into that crash, southbound from Melrose. Busy having a look at that. The N17, some roadworks out by Osborne Road in the Wadeville area. Trying to get out of Joburg through to Brakpan and Springs. That is heavy today. And a crash on Peter Place near Bryan Street, causing some delays through that part of the Bryanston area. Pretoria's Dustport Tunnel is heavy as you run north today. On Transurania, just getting in and through the tunnel is all jammed up. Across into KZN, Durban side, the N2 South remains slow. Coming from Inanda Road through Clare Road Bridge, there's been some roadworks there today. Also the M4 South, the Ruthfirst Highway from Umhlanga, you'll get to Virginia Airport, then it goes very slowly down into the Durban North area. And a crash between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg holding you up on the N3, getting in towards that Market Road exit. Cape Town, pretty heavy out of the city centre. N1, very slow to Kuba. Going to change N2 and M3 routes, heavy out through Hospital Bend into that Mowbray area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, come on, how about you telling me, I mean, considering we are talking about SAFM at 90, and we do know that SAFM at 90 had a different name to now. Now, this name SAFM is in South Africa FM, gave birth, in democracy. So it ties up, we tie our history, certainly for me, to democracy in our country. But here's the question to you, right? Can you recollect the first time you heard about SAFM radio? And can you recollect the first time you actually switched on to listen to SAFM radio? And what were your feelings at that time when you heard about it, when you heard it, and then you felt what? Share your thoughts. I'd love to know. We're going to talk about qualifications, which is really interesting, to ensure that people are better prepared for the world of work. Very, very important issue. We'll talk about that. There's another issue around support for parents raising digital leaders. I mean, that could be be all of us, isn't it? I would think it's the other way around. Leaders, digital leaders, teaching their parents, in this case here, a thing or two about this changing world. Before that, however, there's been drama in the Modimolle Regional Court regarded or linked to Palapala. Let's talk about that next.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. SAFM.
South Africa became a democratic nation in 1994. The end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Claassen, Tandy Claassen's daughter. I am a township singer, songwriter, and dancer. Congratulations to SAFM on your 90th anniversary, representing our culture, letting us tell our stories, share our music, and informing all South Africans what SAFM stands for. May you continue contributing important public broadcasting. SAFM's future, I wish you nothing but the best. Congratulations, one more.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo heard oral closing arguments from both the state and the defense in the trial of Emanuela, David, and the Joseph siblings, in this case Floriana and Indili Nasho, were accused of the February 2020 theft of $580,000 from President Ramaphosa's farm. So let's find out more what's happened today with the SABC reporter covering that beat. It's in Suku, Shiluvana. Thanks for joining us. You're on the Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Yeah, sure. I think we're just battling with that sound. Let's see if we can reconnect in just a moment or so. I'll see if Keith can do that. In the meantime, well, let me ask you that. I mean, just think about it. Call in now. When did you listen to SAFM for the very first time? Can you recollect? Or if not, then when did you become a regular listener to SAFM and why? Love to get your thoughts on that too. Right, let's reconnect with Nsuku. You're there now, right?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Okay, much better. Thank you. Right, so what's happened today?
No, yeah, correct. It was closing arguments from both sides, the state as well as the defense, the case of the dollars that were stolen, or the foreign currency that was stolen from the Parapala farm in 2020. So from today, we had both closing arguments from the state, which they are still standing with the arguments that, and we just let me find a better network. Yeah, just standing with the arguments that the accused were linked to the scene, the Parapala scene, or the Parapala location when the theft took place, which was in 2020 February. But again, we have heard from the defense disputing this statement, saying that the accused, the three accused, were not near the Parapara farm when the incident took place. So, yes, the trial or the judgment is expected to be held on the 2nd of November this year. Asha?
Okay, so 2nd of November. Anything else come up today in this oral argument that was presented?
Yes, no. Essentially, that was what the state were arguing against the defense. Just highlighting the fact that the accused also, which is the first accused, Emanuela David, was also allegedly involved in a break-in that took place at a nearby farm before the Parapala farm was also broken into, just in the same morning of the same day of the two incidents.
Okay, let's leave it at that. The line's not very clear, except we know that early November is, in this case, Judgment Day in Suku. Shiluvana, SABC reporter, covering that story. But we'll get to some of your thoughts as well, and then including other issues around college and digital transformation and how, in fact, we meet those challenges in the workplace. Coming up next.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez puts his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, you're on the pulse. Let's feel what you feel.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf. This is Mabena in Mpumalanga. Concerning the MK party, I don't know. I don't know what is their plan. I'm thinking that in their close circles they have meetings and those type of things. But from where I'm sitting, it's not looking good at all. I'm wondering, how foggy their supporters are feeling right now. Because, there's no certainty, there's no settling. It's like trial and error, I'm wondering, how foggy their supporters are feeling right now. Because, there's no certainty, there's no settling. It's like trial and error, testing on the go as they move along. It's just unbelievable.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, many people believing that they don't buy the analysis of Professor Becky Komazulu's thoughts about MK Party, being like, no, man, this is not good for the party. Do you think the same?
Afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweeto in Guatemala. In the fiasco that's happening in Umkhonto weSisulu Zuma, I feel for KZN people, because Zuma is doing whatever he's doing with his cult called Umkhonto weSisulu to take over the governance of the province of KZN. But I know most of the people in KZN are gullible enough to give him support in his damage. From state capture to provincial capture, that's what we're going to witness with Umkhonto weSisulu Zuma. Thank you.
Interesting, you call it a cult. I have a feeling somebody's going to challenge you on that.
No, I wish I could say something, Ashraf, but I'm disappointed in Zwelinzima Mafafi. Seriously, I am really disappointed in him. And yet again, he disappoints me. I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know who gave him the right to go and be our spokesperson in Nigeria, especially of all places, Nigerians, because Nigerians have no respect for South Africa or South Africans. They insult us on a daily basis, and he saw it fit to go and tell them our differences, as if in their country they have no differences of tribal differences, and they are the holiest. What gave him that right to go and speak like that? Really? Anonymous in the Eastern Cape.
Okay, there we are. Not impressed with Zwelinzima Mafafi. You haven't commented on the actual pronouncements, but the key part you're saying is what gave him that right. Right, let's talk about qualification support next after this.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
How much do you know about SACA, which is the SAQA, right? South Africa is introducing new occupational qualifications to better prepare people for the world of work. Question is, are colleges and skills training providers ready for that change? What does that really mean? How is this going to play out? With me is Yapi Nel, who's a senior manager for registration and recognition at SACA. Yapi, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. You're on the pulse.
No, thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you.
And thanks also for being here.
Thank you. Let's talk about these new occupational qualifications that are being introduced. What does that mean?
Ashraf, I need to give a little background, if you don't mind, because we do have roadshows between SACWA, QCTO, and all other relevant role players. That if you look at everybody says the phasing out of the pre-2009 qualifications, and if you understand the system previously is that we had 8-level NQF up to 2008. In 2009, the NQF Act came into place and established a 10-level NQF. So all the pre-2009 qualifications basically registered on the 8-level NQF, not meeting really the requirements of industry. So occupational qualifications basically is about having the knowledge, practical experience, and work-based learning. Basically is about having the knowledge, practical experience, and work-based learning, ensuring that learners are competent in the world of work. And that is the biggest change taking place. So it's replacing pre-2009 qualifications that are outdated with updated occupational qualifications.
So give me an example of what that means when you say now to ensure that they're more competent in a place of work. So an example of how it will shift from the existing position to what's been now reformed.
If I take for an example that if you look at a machine operator, is that the pre-2009 qualifications only focused on your knowledge component, but they may have some practical components in the qualification, as I may have, because that was never really stated in the qualification in your pre-2009 qualification. So in your occupational qualifications, that they will attend class where they will get the theory, and then they will also be able to practice a real-life practice on a machine. But in the workplaces where they then keep on practicing, making sure that they are competent in really using. And that is in your occupational spaces, that it is about the knowledge that you do have to allow you to practice what you need to do. So consistently is that if you work consistently on a machine, is that to do no waste, for example, in any of the material that you work with.
So what then? I mean, one thing is the revision of the qualification. So who needs to be ready to ensure that this works out and rolls out seamlessly?
If you say ready, basically all the secondary education and training authorities, as well as all the skills development providers and TVET colleges, to be ready. And that is part of the roadshows, is basically to tell them what it is, what they need to look at. And the same thing also then to listen what are the requirements or their concerns, and see if we can address the concerns as part of the whole rollout plan.
What for you are your biggest concerns?
Concern is that it may be that if you look at accreditation of providers, of skills development providers, previously they were accredited to offer your theory type of based modules. But now what they need to do is that they need to be able to ensure that there is a practical component. And part of the accreditation criteria is that they need to work with industry where they can place students to practice. In my opinion, I believe that it is a rollout of the learnerships. Learnerships were between the provider, the CETA, and the employer, where the CETAs will fund, the providers will train, and the employers will provide the workplace component or the workplace for practicing in the workplace environment. If you compare that to higher education, higher education they speak about work integrated learning or WIL, or experiential learning component. It's basically the same component. The addition to that is within the occupational space is more on the shop floor where they practice what they need to be able to do.
Just lastly, and then what about classrooms specifically? We talk about colleges and other areas, but classrooms in terms of, does this roll out from top right all the way down to the bottom?
Yeah, if you look at, and I will take the example of a TVET college, is that in a TVET college that you will get a person practicing, for example, welding. They will do a theory, they will be in class, they will do the theory of welding, but they will also in the workshop where they will practice making samples, reading drawings, and then doing project. A theory, they will be in class, they will do the theory of welding, but they will also in the workshop where they will practice making samples, reading drawings, and then doing project out of that. But when they do go to the industry, is that when you look at many times that when you look at welding, is that they will only focus on one component of the welding. But when you go to industries, that they will take, for example, thicker material that they need to use, different welding methods that they will need to use, different welding machines that they need to use. And that is when they start practicing with that. and it's not only practicing this, but it's really applying the knowledge and skills that they do have in the workplace component. So if you look at coming down, is that yes, looking at do you have classes that you, or a room where you will do your theory-based component, do you have the practical component to practice that, and then also do you have connections with industry to place students in the industry in a work environment?
Lots of questions. Hopefully all those will be answered soon enough. Appreciate your time, Yapi Nel, Senior Manager for. Hopefully all those will be answered soon enough. Appreciate your time, Yapi Nel, Senior Manager for Registration and Recognition at SACA. Thanks for your time. Looking at this new qualification transition that's going to kick in around preparing you better for the world of work. Let's do this before we get to the news headlines. There are comments. So here's a story. Hello, Ashraf. I've been listening to SAfm from 1995 on its inception from Radio South Africa. Now, that's a great comment. That's what I want to hear, right? When did you catch the show for the very first time, or the station? I remember the following former SAfm show hosts. So you got a question acting. I'm not too sure who that is, actually. And Tim Odise, of course, and he was a guest of Kathy the other day. You can catch the podcast of that. He was a guest on Monday morning. Tumi Makabo. Yes, of course. Nikiwe Bekicha. I worked with her too. And John Perlman. In fact, I bump into Nikiwe quite often. She's a key member of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, by the way. The Gwala brothers, Malbongi, yeah. Many more until to date. Happy 90th birthday, SAfM Lucky Mashele. There we are. From Matsakali Village. So there we are. That's what I want. I mean, when did you catch SAfM for the very, very first time? And what did you feel at that time? I'll play some more because there's lots others of people wanting to comment about that. But also you can pick up at any of the other issues, including that chat with Zwelinzima Vavi, including the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission, including, what else? Schooling, registration, yes, no. Do you buy that story of, that everybody will be placed? And you heard the conversation regarding undocumented South Africans and undocumented foreign nationals, and in this case here, the right to actually education. 4:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, suspended Kuruleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 4 others have been arrested in connection with the 2022 murder of Emmanuel Mbenze. The Madlanga Commission has heard allegations that suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Major General Feroz Khan had significant influence over the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption's Project Diversion investigations. And 4 learners have been arrested in connection with the death of a 19-year-old learner following a fight at a high school at Sundumbili near the Kwasitebe industrial area in Mandeni on the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg House.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. A couple of updates coming in from the Free State. First up, the N1 at Winburg has been reopened. It was closed yesterday, then opened this morning, closed again this afternoon due to protesting in the last 10 minutes. It has been reopened to traffic. R702, the De Wetstorp Road near the prison outside Bloemfontein is closed. A massive fire. Details on x.com at Traffic SA. You can have a look at why that road is closed. So much smoke out that way. Joburg side, the N17 towards Brakpan and Springs, queuing heavily. Germiston through to Wadeville and outside Bloemfontein is closed. A massive fire. Details on x.com at Traffic SA. You can have a look at why that road is closed. So much smoke out that way. Joburg side, the N17 towards Brackpan and Springs, queuing heavily. Germiston through to Wadeville. Just one lane open for roadworks through there at the moment. We've also got a crash on 12th Avenue in the Ravonia area causing some delays. Crash on Peter Place near Bryan Street, backlogging traffic through that Randburg and Bryanston area. And CR Swat out by Freda, another crash scene in that Randburg and Bryanston area. And CR Swat out by Freda, another crash scene there as well. If you're around Pretoria today, collision on the N1 southbound, just at the ramp to Rigel Avenue. Traffic coming down from Atterbury, starting to backlog into that one. Durban through, if you're around Pretoria today, collision on the N1 southbound, just at the ramp to Rigel Avenue. Traffic coming down from Atterbury, starting to backlog into that one. Durban through Peter Maritzburg, that earlier crash between Ashburton and Market Road. Traffic is slow, but it is improving, so maybe they've got some more lanes open through there. N2 South has a breakdown before in Under Road and some roadworks after the Umgeda Road near Clare Road Bridge. N2 South under pressure from Queen Dundee Drive today. And Cape Town, the N1 out of town. A truck has crashed at the Kubo Interchange. This is causing gridlock out of the city centre. N1 from the CBD to Kubo Interchange is heavy. Albert Road, Trekker Road through Salt River and Maitland is bad. Victoria Road through Woodstock under pressure. Routes like Barclay Road, Lisbeth Parkway, the N2 and M3 roads heading out the other side to Hospital Bend, all very heavy. And the M5 badly backed up from Rondebosch through to that Kubo Interchange area as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne. Interchange area as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right to me, let's talk.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right to me, let's talk. In the midst of Banyana celebrations, there's a Bafana bonus. Tell me about that.
Well, more than 100 million rand from the 218 million rand that the South African Football Association received from the FIFA World Cup Development and Administration. This is according to the chairperson of the SAFA Finance Committee, Xolisi Sibam, when he spoke to SABC Sport about the bonuses for finishing in the last 32 at the World Cup. Bafana ensured that SAFA got 218 million rand, and they also received a preparation fee of around 41 million rand to prepare the team before the tournament. As Sibam says that they thank the players for not forgetting about development.
Yeah, but before we went to the World Cup, the NEC approved how we're going to split the money. It was a simple split. The team will get 50%. That means what will be invested in the team, including the bonuses to the players and the coaches. So the expenditure to the team will be 50%. And then the 50% will be split between e-governance, not necessarily, but governance will get a very little percentage of that through e-administration, trying to set off the debts we have, also in competitions, and also in football development. And part of that money, close to 10 million of that, will be invested to make sure that we have at least one national competition that includes our juniors. Because we have to reinvest.
Elsewhere, FIFA President Gianni Infantino will meet senior leaders in Morocco as criticisms of his scrapped plan to sell off FIFA's commercial and event operations intensifies. The move follows a strongly worded internal memo from Secretary General Matthias Grafstrom, while Arsene Wenger distanced himself from the proposal, calling its cancellation absolutely necessary. Prince Ali of Jordan follows a strongly worded internal memo from Secretary General Matthias Grafstrom, while Arsene Wenger distanced himself from the proposal, calling its cancellation absolutely necessary. Prince Ali of Jordan accused FIFA of creating a situation amounting to blackmail over unpaid prize money, while UEFA declared it had lost confidence in Infantino's leadership. Several associations, including Wales, have withdrawn support for his re-election, with England expected to follow, and Infantino now faces mounting pressure as he seeks to secure his position at the top of world football. In cricket, South Africa's top talent is secured as all 6 Betway SA20 franchises confirmed they retained and pre-signed players ahead of October's auction. Global stars Mitchell Marsh, Joe Root, Sam Curran and Phil Salt headlined the list, joining Proteas standout Quinton de Kock, Kagiso Rabada and Aiden Markram. Durban's Super Giants and Paul Royals have already completed their full squads, while Joburg Super Kings and my Cape Town will be the busiest at the auction with 6 slots each to fill. League Commissioner Graham Smith says that Season 5 is shaping up very well to be the strongest yet, with stability across squads and marquee names boosting the competition's global pool. The season is going to start on the 17th of January at St. George's Park and concludes with the final at Newlands on the 21st of February. In rugby, Levi-Anse van Rensburg will captain the Springbok women for the first time when they face Fiji on Saturday. The 31-year-old fly half becomes the 12th player to lead South Africa since their debut in 2004, heading a much-changed match 23 from last month's clash with the USA. Meanwhile, Springbok fly half SAfmRadio Mgomezulu says that he's excited to be back in action after missing several important matches through injury. The 24-year-old will make his return when South Africa take on Argentina in a test match on Saturday. Feinberg Mgomezulu missed the final stages of the United Rugby Championship with Stormers and was also unavailable for the Springboks' early Nations Championship matches. Then in motorsport, Max Verstappen has praised Kimi Antonelli's rock-solid performances that have taken the 19-year-old to the top of Formula One Drivers' Championship. Antonelli, in just his second season, has led the standings since March and holds a 50-point advantage over Lewis Hamilton heading into the summer break. The Mercedes prodigy became only the second teenager to win a Grand Prix when he won. Second season has led the standings since March and holds a 50-point advantage over Lewis Hamilton heading into the summer break. The Mercedes prodigy became only the second teenager to win a Grand Prix when he won in China and has since added 5 more victories to his tally. Verstappen, who shares a friendly relationship with Antonelli, picked the championship leader as the standout performer of the season's first half. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that, to me. Right, let's talk about other things, but the markets come up next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem.
Markets come up next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit, one region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
Before there was the SAFM you know today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
Now, you wouldn't pay Wagyu steak prices, that's the Japanese steak, for a Boerewors roll, right? So why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 43-year-old Kiniso pays only 510 Rand a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover up to R1,000,000. So get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rands. SMS CAR 43185. That's CAR 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and information all available online.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Paswane Mpadlele with us, Senior Accounts Manager at Makwe Fund Managers. You've got news about Glencore, Paswane.
Yeah, Glencore, they gave us half yearly results, and it was they're reflecting on profitability. We're seeing the adjusted earnings are up 86%, around $10 billion, and it's all thanks to the Middle East conflict helping the energy market and general commodities higher, which the guys benefit from. We're seeing the likes of mining margins are in the strong, with copper hitting 52%, reflecting the leverage. The standard division of the marketing profiting around 142%. The gas the guys generated in the period was around 8.1 billion, and they used it productively, reducing their debts, paying a special dividend, and issuing a share buyback, and continuing to looking into expanding their copper production while looking to list in the Australian secondary market. The stock was up 3%. In the market locally, we saw the private business activity numbers. They remained in expansion broadly, excite the manufacturing sector as business remained in expansion broadly, excite the manufacturing sector as business is still producing efficiently. When you look at their sales, that's where the problem is, because they remain under pressure. This is a third month in a row, making it a trend, reflecting on the weaker demand, the competition when you think of imported goods, but the exports still remain supportive. But on the positive side, also we got to see that input inflation easing to 4 months low, which is a good sign to see. Meanwhile, when you look at the U.S. private sector jobs, we see that they were less than expected, around 44,000. This development is seeing investors reconsider the Friday labor numbers that will be showing a similar trend, and maybe we should consider easing those interest rate hikes. It's soon reflecting some in the yields and jobs. We see that they were less than expected, around 44,000. This development is seeing investors reconsider the Friday labor numbers that will be showing a similar trend, and maybe we should consider easing those interest rate hikes. It's soon reflecting some in the yields and the dollar that is now basically bearish as it tests that 99 level, supporting emerging markets like Brazil and South Africa, amongst the others. When you look at the likes of oil, it holds bearish, trading below $80 a barrel on the closing of the deal to open the Strait of Hormuz. It's more expected to see the likes of Iran controlling one side of the traffic while Oman controls the other, which is generally positive as there's a flow of oil. Oil is sitting at $78.80 a barrel. Gold is beginning another bigger, higher low. We're seeing it popping up 3.7% at $4,231 an ounce. When we see on the equity space, buyers are continuing to flood into the market, taking on risks. We see the US index, Dow is up 1%, S&P up 0.5%, along with the Nasdaq. Europe, we see the FTSE up 0.3%, JSE's up a solid 1%, led by gains only from the resource sector, up 5.7%. Industrials was down 0.7%, financials down 0.8%. The rand continues to strengthen further. We see it's testing that 1630 as it sits at 1630 against the dollar. Against the euro is at 1884, and rand against the pound is at 21 rand 98 cents.
And thanks for that. And we have an hour of the markets coming up from 6 to 7, followed by an hour of sport, which I'm pretty sure will reflect on that Banyana victory in much more detail, and those Bafana bonuses too. Much more detail, and those Bafana bonuses too.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, I need to get to your calls. Lots of people reacting to my question to you, which is, when did you listen to SAFM for the very first time? We say that because we're talking SAFM at 90. So when was the very first time for you? And how did that come about? Like, who told you, hey, listen to the station, man. You'll get clever. Something like that. You'll know everything that's happening in the politics of the country. So when was the first time? And then thereafter, what happened? Who did you listen to then? Who do you listen to now? SAFM at 90. Right, let's get to some of your calls. George in Tembisa, hi.
Straf, I just want to comment on the guy that was there, the education thing.
Yeah.
Concerning the grade 1 and 8.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy for them to say every child will be at school after we have applied and everything, of which, through our experience, it's not that. And you have asked him a question nicely, but you just say, like, no, all kids will be, because according to the, the child must be at the classroom, you know. They are saying that. But unfortunately, from what we have experienced since we're applying for our kids, you know, we end up taking our kids, you know, those small schools that are around in, you know, those small private schools that are being run by private individuals. That's where our kids are learning now, because we don't get spaces everywhere. We don't get
there's a shortage
everywhere.
of spaces, and there's a shortage of spaces in decent schools. And the natural inclination of every one of us is nobody is going to send your child to a school willingly when you know that they just don't shape up. It's the most natural thing in the world. Yeah. So I agree with you. I mean, they always say it's all going to be sorted out, and every year we hear the same problem that it's not been sorted out. George, thanks for that call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ashraf.
Thank you. There we are. Mosquito in Umlazi. Hello.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good talking to you. Right? What's your point?
This is Mosquito from Umlazi, but based in Cape Town. My point is for when did I start listening to SAFM?
Yeah.
You know, funny enough is that around when I was still varsity, around 2008, so I was a peer counselor at one of the university in Umlazi, Mangosuthu University.
Yeah.
So I used to go to the peer counselor. So they have that small radio there when they sit there, it's quiet. And then because I used to watch Xolani Kwala at Asikhulume.
Yeah.
So I used to hear Xolani Kwala in the morning there. And then that is where I used to go to the peer counselor. So they have that small radio there when they sit there, it's quiet. And then because I used to watch Xolani Kwala at Asikhulume.
Yeah.
So I used to hear Xolani Kwala in the morning there. And then that is where I started listening to SAFM. And then from there I fell in love with SM. There was the when I started listening to SAFM. And then from there, I fell in love with SM. There was the Wena Bed, and there were stories, SKM Patlele, Rivery. I used to love those stories. In fact, that is when I actually listened to SFM and its current affairs. I went from there to Al Jazeera, to BBC, to CNN. And when I'm with my friends, and when I want to chase them away, they call me a fake professor. When I want to chase them away, I don't, no worries. I just switch on to SFM.
Well, there you are.
They would think that I'm listening to Metro, Pontiac and stuff. But when I see that I've had enough with them, I just switch to SFM. And then you'll see them one by one, they will leave. So that's how I love SFM. And from there, in fact, on the Friday, when it's on the Friday 6 o'clock, I just switch off. And then I go back to the podcast and listen and listen to Mazanga Commissioner stuff, because I don't listen to anything other than SFM.
This professor doesn't keep quiet. You just learn all the time. Well, listen, I mean, it's such a lovely call, because I mean it just shows you how you then have become empowered over a period of time. And you know, I mean, the initial payoff line for SFM was the station for the well-informed. So you're quite right. Those chummies who want to just talk Spaza stuff, just put on SAFM. They're like, this is too heavy for me, man. Right? But the reality, it's people are learning. Those who want to be switched on and learn about the issues that affect the country, they have to connect to SAFM. So I would do it as well. Even if I was not on air, I'd be a listener listening to the show. Mosquito, thanks for that call. Lovely call indeed. Peter in Durban, hi.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yes, hi, I'm quite an old timer, Ashraf. I remember pre-TV days. I mean, our medium was Springbok Radio, Radio South Africa. Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yes, hi, I'm quite an old timer, Ashraf. I remember pre-TV days. I mean, our medium was Springbok Radio, Radio South Africa, and what was called Radio Port Natal, which is now East Coast Radio. But I mean, I used to listen to what was in Radio South Africa as a 10-year-old being taken to school at the Lift Club in the morning. And I was a pretty well-informed 10-year-old, because, you know, we had the news actualities, and that's when I first heard it. And then, of course, carried on listening through the transition into the 90s, where it sort of still sounded quite like a BBC radio station. And then eventually it started to change until around about the 2000s, you started to see it more supported by all South Africans, whereas before it was very much an English white-speaking, English-speaking radio station. So it is definitely developed, and it's gone more talk, which of course is a big station. So it is definitely developed, and it's gone more talk, which of course is a big change as well. It wasn't always talk radio.
Yeah.
Talk radio has made quite a big change, but I quite enjoyed some of the more interesting snippets on stuff happening in the country, which maybe we miss out a lot because there's a lot of talk and sometimes it gets a little bit down and negative. So anyway, but there's been transitions. I remember Clark McKay. There was Paddy O'Byrne, Patricia Carr. I remember all those voices from way, way back.
Oh, my.
A lot because there's a lot of talk and sometimes it gets a little bit down and negative. So anyway, but there's been transitions. I remember Clark McKay. There was Paddy O'Byrne, Patricia Carr. I remember all those voices from way, way back.
Oh, my goodness. I mean,
John Perlman, I remember him well in the mornings. Tim Modise, I remember from Radio Metro, the Metro FM. Before he even came on to
so interesting indeed. Let's do nostalgia, and you've done just that. Thanks for calling. It's been really enjoyable talking to you. And again, getting the feedback, understanding exactly what is it that has made you tick in terms of why you listen to SAfm. Here's another quick one I want to play just because, before we get to the break.
Hello, it's Carrie from Durban. I definitely remember starting listening to SAfm for the first time probably around 3 years ago. And the reason why is because my husband used to come home from his commutes from work and say, have you heard this? And how do you know about this? And what do you think of this? And I was like, babe, where are you hearing this? Or he's like, no, SAfm. I'm like, great. So then I started listening to keep up with him and haven't switched because it definitely feels like it's the pulse of the country and able to get the opinions of the SA residents, and it just feels very unified to know that the whole of SA are able to call in and discuss matters, and it's just incredible. So thank you.
Lovely call, and we are very grateful to your husband in the first instant, but to you because, you've stated the case for listening to SAfm and for all the reasons that matter. Because when he listened, he knew something. When you listen, you know something. So, like bottom line, know something, tune into SAfm. You stated the case really, really well. And your point that it is the pulse of the nation. I know this show is called The National Pulse, but how do you understand the pulse of a nation? Listen to SAfm.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 30 within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Leadership isn't inherited. It's earned. It's built one decision, one setback, one breakthrough at a time. This Friday, join Joanne Joseph as she welcomes SABC Group Chief Executive Officer Nomsa Chabedi and her leadership story. A remarkable woman whose story reaches far beyond the office she occupies today. Hear about the moments that shaped her, the people who inspired her, the challenges that tested her, and the vision that continues to guide her. One extraordinary conversation, The Daily Discourse. Friday, 9 a.m. until midday. Only on SAfm. Celebrating 90 years of conversations that move us. In case you missed it,
former Group Chief Executive Office of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Lucky Montana, could no longer touch two of his expensive properties for the time being, spending billions on locomotives that were inappropriate for South African railways. When billions were lost, Lucky Montana blamed former board chair Popo Molefe at the Zondo Commission for much of what went wrong. How do you respond to the news that Lucky Montana's properties have been frozen?
You haven't told me your name.
Joanne Joseph.
Joanne, yes, I got a message that you're going to call me.
That was The Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
And here's another by our Twitter. Imzazazi Gaba. I started listening to SAFM in 2018 until today, during the time of Tsepiso Makwetla and Sakina Kamwendo, during those times of President Zuma vote of no confidence in Parliament. Because of SAFM, I really know my SA politics. Well, there you are. The case for SAFM. No more. Listen to SAFM. Right. What about knowing more around digital? Because it's so important. So as children, as we know, spend more time online. Parents are facing new challenges in keeping them safe while teaching them to use technology responsibly. So this week, Digify Africa's Elizwe Lam initiative is hosting a free webinar to help parents, in this case, and guardians understand digital citizenship and the practical tools available to support their children online. So it's almost a case of, support the parents so they can then manage their children. Let's find out more about it with Polly Sekwala, who's the Elizwe Lam project manager at Digify Africa. Thanks for connecting. You sit here on the pulse.
Hi, Ashraf. Thank you so much for having me, and hi to all the listeners.
Thank you so much. I mean, the key part of just the intro that I was sort of talking about was, what you call digital citizenship. What does that mean?
I'm glad that we are engaging on this topic. Digital citizenship is literally, we access the internet, we have access to technology. Digital citizenship is just doing it in a respectful way, learning how to do it in a respectful way, in the safest way possible, and just making sure that you engage with it positively. So in that way, we sort of call that act being a good digital citizen.
Okay, so in this case here, I mean, what's the challenge? I mean, look, the ongoing challenge for young people, for children in this case here, where they need to learn, but there's responsibility. And I mean, maybe you can tell us about that. But I think the bigger thing that I see here is actually getting parents who may not be sort of digitally tuned in to understand the challenges that their children face, and therefore they need to be digital literate, I would think.
That's true, Ashraf. With the program that we have, the Elizwe Lam program, it's a program that's heavily focused on educating young people about digital and AI literacy. But essentially, we wanted to also engage parents, because as much as we engage with the young people, it is the parents that get to buy these devices that they engage with. With the program, we have different ways of engaging educators. We have different ways of engaging learners, where we do in-school sessions to teach them about digital and AI literacy. And through the webinars is where we engage the parents and the guardians about different topics that essentially will, equip them to better have the right skills, the right conversations that they can have with their kids about creating a safer environment when it comes to these online platforms or the internet. Essentially, as a parent, you buy this technology for your kids, you buy them tablets and phones, but you do not, take up the initiative of learning what is the safest way of accessing those tools, so that you can also protect your children when it comes to using those particular technological devices. So these webinars serve that.
Yeah, so tell me about the webinar, because look, the ongoing need around do's and don'ts, we get that, but in terms of the detail around a webinar, when is this happening? How do we connect?
Those particular technological devices. So these webinars serve that.
Yeah, so tell me about the webinar, because look, the ongoing need around do's and don'ts, we get that, but in terms of the detail around a webinar, when is this happening? How do we connect?
So this is the second installment. It's going to happen tomorrow, which is Thursday, the 6th of August. The webinar is going to be at 6 p.m. in the afternoon. It's between 6 and 7, and it's going to be on Zoom, online. So for any parent that's essentially interested in unpacking what digital citizenship is and what role they can play in making sure that their kids essentially become one, they can join in. The information is on our social media. The information is on our social media platforms across Facebook and Instagram. They can look for Digify Africa, and they can also look for Elizwe Lam, which is ILIZWE ZWE Lam, Ilizwe Lam, which is my world in isiZulu. Our social media has all the links to the session.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, feel free to tweet out, and on Facebook some of the, with the links to it as well. Tag SAfmRadio and do tag me. We will certainly share it, all right? Okay, there we are. Polly Sekwala, Ilizwe Lam. Just check it out. Project manager at Digi Africa or Digify Africa for this Ilizwe Lam project, right? Some further comments, and there are many. Here we are.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Benedict here. I've been listening for a couple of years now, and I was actually on my way to Tsitsikamma to a meeting, and my colleague was listening to it, and ever since that, I was hooked, and I'm still hooked, and I love the show. Thanks. Bye.
Thank goodness for Tsitsikamma. Now we know, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You're speaking to Luck here in Matsakali village. I remember I started listening to SAFM in 1995 with the likes of Tim Modise, Chris Upton, Jan Palman, Tommy Mahabo, Nikwe Bikija, and more others. The ballast of this world. Happy birthday to the 90th birthday of SAFM. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we are. All right, let's do this. There's a whole lot more. There's lots of people wanting to comment about, when they listen to SAFM for the very first time and why they continue doing just that. I'll play many of those just now. Let's get to the news now. It's 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. Ramaphosa opposes committee's Concourt appeal, and Lamola speaks on the next UN chief. Good day to you. President Cyril Ramaphosa is opposing the urgent direct appeal to the Constitutional Court by Parliament's Impeachment Committee and others. They are seeking clarity on the Western Cape High Court judgment 2 weeks ago that halted the work of the committee. The committee can only do administrative work, pending Ramaphosa's application to review the Section 89 panel report, which will be heard in September. The impeachment committees joined the ADM, EFF and MK party in their appeal of the judgment to the Concourt. They argue they want clarity on an interdict that overturned a Concourt ruling, saying the interdict is far-reaching and damaging to the separation of powers doctrine and to hold the president accountable. They also question the jurisdiction of the High Court to deal with a constitutional matter like this. In his answering affidavit, Ramaphosa states, among others, that the applicants do not show their applications are urgent, make no case for direct access to the Concourt, and that the interest of justice does not favour the leave to appeal against an interim order. The suspended Deputy Ekurhuleni Metro Police Chief, Julius Mkhwanazi, and 4 others have been arrested in connection with the 2022 murder of Emmanuel Mbenze. He was allegedly tortured to death in Brakpan, east of Johannesburg, before his body was dumped in a dam. The arrests follow allegations at the Matlanga Commission linking police and private security to his death. The SABC's Criselda Lewis reports.
There were 2 arrests first that were affected by the South African Police Service. Those relate to incidents around the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, and the 2 other arrests relate to IPID arrest, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. That is pertaining to the precious stones matter, and now relating to alleged involvement in the killing and the dumping of the body of Emmanuel Mbenze. And indeed, those 2 names that you mentioned, Kershaw Lee Stolz as well as Adrian McKenzie, are accused in the precious stones matter. They're believed to be amongst those arrested this afternoon who are mentioned. Kershaw Lee Stolz as well as Adrian McKenzie are accused in the precious stones matter. They're believed to be amongst those arrested this afternoon who are going to spend the night in jail alongside Julius Mkhwanazi, indeed.
The Matlanga Commission heard allegations that suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan had significant influence over the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption's Project Diversion investigations. IDAC State Advocate Drisanta Ramsamy testified that Khan's name repeatedly surfaced during Project Diversion meetings, leading her to believe. She also told Commissioner Sesi Baloy that she had raised concern about Khan's involvement after reading his affidavits.
So I also vocalized my concerns about General Khan's involvement. It also became very clear his agenda when I started reading his affidavits, and I put so in 2 memos, that he's only speaking about his own issues. So I do believe that he had influence on these matters and how they progressed. I started reading his affidavits, and I put so in 2 memos, that he's only speaking about his own issues. So I do believe that he had influence on these matters and how they progressed.
The investigations and the decisions to prosecute.
Correct.
4 learners have been arrested in connection with the death of a 19-year-old learner following a fight at a high school in Mandeni on the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. It's alleged the learner was struck on the head while on the school premises. He was later declared dead. Police spokesperson Robert Nechaunda.
Police in Sundumbili have arrested 4 learners aged between 15 and 20 years old for murder following an incident in which a 19-year-old learner was allegedly assaulted to death inside school premises in the Sundumbili area on Tuesday, the 4th of August. Police are investigating what could have led to the murder.
The International Relations and Cooperation Minister Ronald Lamola says South Africa's support for the next UN Secretary-General will be guided by long-standing diplomatic principles. He was briefing the media on government's foreign policy priorities and upcoming international engagements. One of the candidates, Costa Rica's Rebecca Grainspan, is expected to visit South Africa this month. Lamola says the UN chief candidates are engaging member states ahead of the appointment process.
It is a common practice that candidates visit different countries to lobby, to engage, and all that. There is an unwritten tradition and culture in the UN of rotation, and this time is a turn of Latin America. Secondly, our president has mentioned it several times in the UN General Assembly that we will also want to support a woman to be the first Secretary General of the UN. So I guess it does already give you some kind of indication of where a woman to be the first Secretary General of the UN. So I guess it does already give you some kind of indication of where we are.
The top story, President Ramaphosa is opposing the urgent direct appeal to the Concourt by Parliament's Impeachment Committee and others. Says SAFM News, I'm Greg Hoos.
In sports this hour, Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu fired up for Bok return in Buenos Aires. Banyana ready for Morocco quarter-final challenge and big names locked in for SA20 Season 5. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Going to just kick it off in Cape Town today. Major delays coming out of the city centre. It's a truck that's crashed inside the Kuba. Get a change. It's the city centre. It's a truck that's crashed inside the Kuba. Get a change. It's the N1 outbound ramp onto the M5 to go south. That's where it is. It's the usual spot. There's a really big backlog of traffic on the N1. It starts on the elevated freeway. Behind that, routes like Christian Barnard trying to get out of the CBD. Baton Truck, Main Road, Strand Road, Helen Suzman exits from the waterfront. Everything really behind that, routes like Christian Barnard trying to get out of the CBD, Baton Truck, Main Road, Strand Road, Helen Suzman exits from the waterfront. Everything really heavily backed up trying to get out of Cape Town onto that N1 outbound, which is jammed solidly to Kuba. Get a change. Also the M5 North, having a look at that. That's heavy as you run up through from the N2 through Maitland into the interchange, Kuba Road south through Brooklyn into the interchange, and behind that Section Street out of Pardon Island. A lot of traffic avoiding it, taking Albert and Voortrekker Road out through Salt River and Maitland. That's heavy. A lot of other traffic trying to sneak through on Barclay Road coming out through that Salt River area. So just real heavy pressure trying to get out of the central Cape Town area this afternoon. A look at Gauteng highways, fairly busy on the N1 South. There's an issue just after Willie Mondella from the Buccleuch interchange all the way down through Four Ways on your way to Randburg. Stays heavy today. N3, Limbro Park to Germiston going south. N17 is heavy as you line up out towards Wadeville. Just one lane open for some roadworks out that side today. Durban, we had a crash between Ashburton and Market Road. We alluded to you last within 30 minutes that it may have been cleared, and it looks like it has. That traffic is flowing through now. The N2 between Queen Dudley Drive and Spaghetti Junction, very heavy. A breakdown before Inunda Road and some roadworks down there by the Clare Road Bridge causing delays. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So what do you make of Duduzane Zuma being instated as the first deputy president of the MK party? Is that progressive? Is that a good example of getting its act together ahead of an election 3 months away today, right? Yeah, I think it is. Or is it a party in disarray where, as many have said, it's a spaza shop, it's a family stokvel, one person by decree wakes up in the morning and does what he wants? Either way, how does that impact on you? And that's one of the big questions. There's a lot happening at the Madlanga Commission. We're going to play some key sound of that coming up just now. We touched on the issue of Russia and Kyiv in the Ukraine and an attack on Kyiv overnight or this morning. Any thoughts on that? The Palapala trial resuming once again. There's lots about digital and digifying Africa, helping to raise digital leaders, so advice for parents. And there's more than the ongoing issue about, in this case, undocumented children going to schools, but in this case, undocumented South Africans, because there are many, and then undocumented foreign nationals as well too. And of course, SAfM at 90. When did you listen to the show for the very first time? Who told you? What sparked it off? And I take it you didn't stop, did you? I hope so. And who did you listen to then? Who are you listening to regularly now? What gives you the kick? I think what's very clear already for many people, if you want to be informed, if you want to be in the know, like that's colloquial, if you want to know something, listen to SAfM. I mean, here's a Facebook post from Kolofelo Waga Mang saying, my first time I was introduced by a fellow inmate in 2016. Since then, I don't like missing a program. I thought it never plays music too until one weekend. It assisted and encouraged me to study more. So there we are. SAfM encouraged you to study more. SAfM, the transformer, in this case, empowers you. That's great.
SAfM.
Why do we have a police protection? When I took the initiative, therefore, to say, what about communicating with the then Minister of Bantu Education to say, can you explain, what are you trying to achieve? But he decides to send the police to come and arrest.
South Africa carries the weight of history and the power of possibility. In every township, village, city, in every skyline, in every
to come and arrest.
South Africa carries the weight of history and the power of possibility. In every township, village, city, in every skyline, in every anthem, there is resilience. South Africa, diverse, powerful, enduring.
This is what we are becoming. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation changed. Times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfM 90 years.
Hello everybody, it's Bongi Kwala here. Happy 90th birthday, SAfM. It's a privilege to celebrate 9 decades of a station that has informed, educated, and challenged generations of South Africans. I'm so proud to have been part of its journey and to have shared so many memorable conversations with listeners over the years. It is really encouraging to see public broadcasting continue to play such an important role in shaping informed public conversation and strengthening our democracy. Congratulations, SAfM, and the entire SABC family on this remarkable milestone.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Bongi Gwala certainly had many occasions to cross his path or cross each other's paths. Went out for, by the way, for talking about supper. Went out for supper with him once with a whole group of us to a Japanese restaurant a long time ago. So there we are. All right, let's talk about the other drama in our country. Earlier today, the Parliament's Impeachment Committee recommended Advocate Thandazani Madonsela, SC, to lead the Phala evidence against President Ramaphosa. At the time, the National Coloured Congress MP Fadil Adams was not part of today's meeting of the Impeachment Committee. Remember, he could have had a vote normally, and the reason was that he was suspended, or was just about being suspended from Parliament at that point in time. So let's bring in Congress MP Fadil Adams was not part of today's meeting of the Impeachment Committee. Remember, he could have had a vote normally, and the reason was that he was suspended, or was just about being suspended from Parliament at that point in time. So let's bring in Lawson Naidu, Executive Director of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. Lawson, appreciate you joining us. You're on the pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right. Just about first your overall thoughts in terms of the appointment of Advocate, and I have to say Thandazani Madonsela, so we don't get confused with another Madonsela who's very much in the...
Yeah, look, I mean, there was over the last couple of weeks, the political parties nominated potential evidence leaders for consideration. They adjourned last week and went away and obviously did some lobbying amongst themselves and came back today. And I think of the 8 candidates that were left on the list, 2 were formally nominated and seconded by political parties. And those were the final 2 names on the list of Thandazani Madonsela and Advocate Kate Hofmeyr. And at the end, the members of the committee voted. Interestingly, the ANC abstained on the vote, as did the Patriotic Alliance and Al Jamaa, I think. And hence we had a vote of 9 votes to Madonsela as opposed to the 7 votes for Kate Hofmeyr, with the 11 abstentions that I've mentioned. So Advocate Madonsela is the designated evidence leader. Parliament will still have to go through the formal process of getting him appointed and the contractual terms resolved, but that should be done within the next few days. And the contractual terms resolved, but that should be done within the next few days.
And I take it that's a formality, is it?
It should be, yeah. I mean, he'd Advocate Madonsela had already been sounded out in terms of his availability to take on the responsibility. Knowing full well that this is a process in Parliament that could take some time, and therefore, busy advocates would need to clear their diaries to be able to devote the time required to discharge the responsibility as evidence leader for the impeachment committee.
So let's take it. Let's just back in terms of the appointment. I mean, you said the ANC effectively abstained. They were not present. What was it? Abstained, right?
They abstained.
Yeah. Did they offer a reason why?
No, they didn't. But I think it became a little clearer later on. Initially, I thought it was, probably just they didn't want to play their hand and show a preference for either of these 2 shortlisted candidates and to leave their powder dry, as it were. But it emerged later that Advocate Madonsela had been involved in providing some legal advice, albeit at a very superficial level, to one of the study groups in Parliament around processes relating to this impeachment inquiry. And I think they probably felt they didn't want to be seen to be, in a conflict of interest by actively opposing or, voting for him.
And would it have been a conflict in your understanding?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, advocates get asked to provide legal opinions all the time, and and I think one has to respect the advocate's profession. That the fact that someone may have provided a legal opinion for one party or the other, or another advocate may have acted for one party or another in a totally separate matter, at some time previously, is neither here nor there. These are officers of the court. They're professionals who are trained to do the job that Parliament is asking of them. So the only question really ought to be whether outside of their professional responsibilities, whether there's anything outside of that that may constitute a conflict of interest.
So in terms of the vote from the parties that voted, I mean, if I look at it very carefully, they're clearly separated on ideological lines, right?
Well, I think whether they're ideological lines, but, they're clearly along lines of pro and anti the president, or those who are wanting, who've, maybe more anti the president and are seeking to use this process to really go after President Ramaphosa, and those that are willing to listen to the evidence and make up their minds as a result of what the evidence that gets presented, if and when this impeachment process actually gets underway.
Okay, let's talk about the absent one in this case here, Fadil Adams. Tell me what's happened there.
Yeah, well, this was a complaint lodged some time ago where it was alleged that Mr. Adams had made public disclosures about personal details about a staff member of the Democratic Alliance. There was a complaint that was lodged, I think, by the DA Chief Whip with Parliament's Ethics Committee. And Mr. Adams was found to have breached the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament, that his conduct was deemed to be unethical, and this was of the House for 20 days. I think that suspension started earlier this week. And therefore he was not eligible to participate in the work of the committee today because of that suspension, and therefore was unable to not just to participate, but unable to vote.
And
participate, but unable to vote.
And there were the suspensions too today.
Yes, Mr. Skosana, I believe, from the MK party has also similarly been, or his sentence has been activated again as a result of a finding by Parliament's Ethics Committee. So, I think we're beginning to see that, the Ethics Committee in Parliament is actually doing its work. I mean, one can have a debate about whether these suspensions from parliamentary work for a brief period are appropriate sanctions in the circumstances, but I think that's an issue that the Ethics Committee itself is looking at the moment.
And just lastly, let's go back then to the appointment of Advocate Thandazani Madonsela to lead the Phala Phala evidence. I mean, what can you tell us about now the significance
looking at the moment?
And just lastly, let's go back then to the appointment of Advocate Thandazani Madonsela to lead the Phala Phala evidence. I mean, what can you tell us about now the significant appointment in terms of the personality of that person?
Well, the role of the evidence leader is really to assist the members of Parliament, the 31 members of this impeachment committee, to sift through all of the information that is out there, to look and say, these are the charges, and when one looks at those charges, those are the four charges that were laid out in the original. Those are the four charges that were laid out in the original impeachment motion that was proposed by Mr. Zungula from the ATM back in 2022. And we tend to get bogged down in all of the other issues around Phala Phala, but there were four discrete charges there, including issues that, the president had undertaken other paid work by being the owner of the Phala Phala farm, that there were conflicts of interest in the fact that he had referred the issue to General Wally Ruda, issues that, the president had undertaken other paid work by being the owner of the Phala Phala farm, that there were conflicts of interest in the fact that he had referred the issue to General Wally Ruda to investigate, and the last one being that the president failed to himself personally report the theft to the Hawks, as he would have been required to do in terms of law. So those are the four discrete charges, and the evidence leader's got to say to MPs, these are the charges that you need to look at. And you need to look at the evidence in relation to each of these four, and not go beyond that remit, and look at what is relevant, and then come to a decision. And there was a debate today in the committee about what the standard of proof is to to convict of impeachment, if you want to put it like that.
Okay.
And, they got to the point that it was beyond a balance of probabilities that operates in a civil court, but something less than beyond reasonable doubt, which operates in MPs through that process.
Got that. Beyond reasonable doubt is an important line in law. Lawson Naidoo, Executive Secretary of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. You've been on the pulse. Much appreciate your time here today.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
In case you missed it,
did you put your deputy under pressure to resign as the chair of that entity?
At the moment, I'm talking to you about the municipalities. The cabinet today will be dealing with some of these issues, and the minister and the president will deal with some of these issues. I'll also be dealing with them in the afternoon tomorrow.
But Minister, I have you on the line. I've got to take advantage of it.
You may have me on the line. You have me on the line for a different purpose, which was the municipality.
Finance Minister Inoko Dongwana.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, we're going to get, in fact, by the way, I'll take your responses to the conversation with Lawson Naidoo firstly, but also let's talk about the Madlanga Commission. The day of drama once again with the inquiry continuing this time with the unit's prosecutor, Drushanta Ramsamy. Remember, she was on last week, right? So she returned as a witness today, and recent testimonies from Ramsamy and her colleagues have raised questions about the conduct and leadership of their former boss, Advocate Andrea Johnson. So we picked out some key moments from today. Firstly, the State Advocate, Drushanta Ramsamy, testifying that after challenging Paramal over the Section 27 referral, the former IDEC head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, instructed her to respond to office gossip through a memo and then, insulted her in open meetings.
Where Mr. Paramal would remind Mr. Timane, Mr. Binang and Mr. Rapesu that he is their commander. So the fact that I had strong support in the form of senior, that is why I was not completely alerted to what was happening at that point. I must also make it very clear that when I did stand up to Mr. Paramal about that 27 referral, and I cannot speak to the aspect that I spoke of, or I stood up about, because it is sub judice. Advocate Johnson sent me an email and instructed me that I had to reply to gossip, office gossip, in the form of a memo. And preceding that meeting where myself and Mr. Binang informed Advocate Johnson of the problems that Mr. Paramal, or the wrongdoings that Mr. Paramal was attempting to proceed with. That is what I spoke about, where I was made redundant for 9 months. I was insulted by Advocate Johnson in open meetings. I was basically told to, her words to me were, well, you'll have to prove yourself to me now after this, Drew.
All right, thank you.
And there's more once.
All right, thank you.
And there's more once again. Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy then spoke about Cedric Nkabinde, Minister Senzim Kunu's Chief of Staff. Just listen to this.
So can you just tell us how this affidavit came about?
I have to go back to the 22nd of January. Okay. So we start the presentation to Advocate Johnson on the 22nd of January. We go through the presentation. Mr. Perumal is primarily. I have to go back to the 22nd of January. Okay. So we start the presentation to Advocate Johnson on the 22nd of January. We go through the presentation. Mr. Perumal is primarily reporting or presenting to the ID.
This is the same presentation that we've been looking at.
MRR.
Yes.
Correct. So what happens on the 22nd is we all sitting in the boardroom. The presentations on the 22nd is we all sitting in the boardroom. The presentation is now done. Advocate Johnson says she needs to inform the team about what happened to her the night before, or it was either the 20th or the 21st, but during the evening. She indicates that she had gone to Minister Mkunu's house or residence for a meeting, and that she had left her cell phone with her protectors, and she was left waiting for Minister Mkunu in his residence, but in the presence of Mr. Nkabinde, and that Mr. Nkabinde had given her the heebie-jeebies.
Made her feel uncomfortable.
Yes, made her feel uncomfortable. And so she went on about how there's something not right about in Kabinde and all of that. I'm still trying to place the pieces together because I'm not coming from the history of I was in regional court, murder, rape, robbery. So I didn't know the role players.
It may not be relevant.
I'm still trying to place the pieces together because I'm not coming from the history of I was in regional court, murder, rape, robbery. So I didn't know the role players.
It may not be relevant, but did she explain what exactly made her feel uncomfortable?
She did not explain why she felt uncomfortable. She explained only the purpose of the meeting with Minister Mkunu.
Okay, all right, please continue.
So at that point where she's explaining her unease and that there's something just off about Mr. Nkabinde, and Mr. Sissoko, who was present in the presentation, indicates that yes, Nkabinde had worked. Mr. Nkabinde had worked at IPED, and then she said, "No. There's something. There's just something about him. We need to see what we can do about him."
Okay, and then there's more from Advocate Ramsamy. She says the former IDEC head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, wanted dirt on Nkabinde. Listen to this.
The minister is also or happy or approving that Mr. Nkabinde must be investigated, charged, and.
Well, at that stage, there's nothing suggesting that he must be charged. She's just gathering information at the time.
If I may just put it as to how I understood it in the meeting on the 22nd of January, I want something on this guy.
Meaning what in your speak?
In my head, Advocate Johnson wanted dirt on Mr. Nkabinde, and she wanted to charge him.
And your reference, so are you suggesting that at the meeting, either on the 20th or the 21st, at the minister's residence, that was when the minister and Advocate Johnson discussed Mr. Nkabinde?
I assumed it to be so because of the way Advocate Johnson was pushing for the information, even on the 23rd, and then she said she spoke to the minister, we must move ASAP. The other aspect of the 22nd of January, ASAP. The other aspect of the 22nd of January 2025 meeting that made me alert to the fact that the meetings with the minister were common or regular was that 5 meeting that made me alert to the fact that the meetings with the minister were common or regular was that she said Advocate Johnson said to the team, the minister wants to clean up SAPS. He wants us to help him clean up SAPS, crime intelligence specifically.
Okay, and there's more, and there's always drama around that. You may want to just add your own thoughts to that too. But now let's get to the news headlines. It's 5:30.
Thank you again, Asha. For a quick look at the headlines. President Ramaphosa is opposing the urgent direct appeal to the Concourt by Parliament's Impeachment Committee and others. An 83-year-old man is expected to appear in court in the Northern Cape for allegedly raping an 18-year-old learner. And a Mexican social media influencer has been shot and killed while live streaming with his friends outside a restaurant. More on those stories and other news at the top of the hour.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Our top story is the big mess getting out of central Cape Town this afternoon. It's another truck crash on the M1 outbound, a ramp to the M5 south inside Kuberg Interchange. Truck on one side, container one. It starts around the ICC, around Elevated Freeway, onto the M1, but getting there to the Elevated Freeway out of the city centre and the waterfront side, very heavy. You've got queues coming in on Strand from High Level. You've got queues on Somerset Road coming in off Main through Greenpoint. Helen Suzman's badly backed up. The waterfront exits Dock Road out towards South Arm Circle and then down onto Bait Truck. That's all very heavy. Christian Barnard trying to get out of the city into the M1. That's a mess as well. And then you get into the M1 and you just sit. Marine Drive coming inbounds heavy to get into the M1 as well. And then you got motorists just diverting away from that and causing quite big delays out through Woodstock, Salt River and Maitland. Routes like Albert Road to Salt River Circle and then through Salt River on the Four-Trekker Road into Maitland. You got major delays on Barclay Road trying to sneak through Salt River towards the M5. Victoria Road through Woodstock. Extra traffic as well on the N2 out of town trying to get through via Hospital Bend. So it's all really heavily backed up, leaving central Cape Town. Just staying in the Cape area, the N7 super heavy this afternoon from Bosmansdam Road all the way up to the roadworks around Malabongwe. Kuberg Road queuing from around Macro side through towards Bloberg Road. That looking pretty heavy as well today. Joburg N17 home to Brakpan and Springs. Some roadwork disruption around Osborne Road. That's really busy from Gothworth Plaza. If you like, there's a big queue to work through there. N3 south at Spruitview is under pressure. And the N1 queuing up from Buccleuch Interchange all the way down towards Malabongwe Drive today. Durban, some roadworks have been added to the N2 South near the Clare Road Bridge. They've been there all day, and there's now a broken down vehicle in that mix as well. So coming south from Queen Nundy Drive, it is really heavy. If you're on your way up to Pietermaritzburg, N3 checks fine from Ashburton up to Market Road. No major obstructions as we speak. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
So, here's a point. Deciding to not make a grocery shopping list may cost you an extra trip, right? But deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With OUTsurance, 37-year-old Larato saves a whopping 599 rand a month on a 2026 Kia Sonet. Switch to OUTsurance. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. You got it? Out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and further information available online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
To me, there's an injured rugby star who is returned, or who is returning, or has returned, and he's excited.
Absolutely. And that's Springbok fly half Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu, who says that he's very excited to be back in action after missing several important matches through injury. The 24-year-old will make his return when South Africa take on Argentina in a test match on Saturday. Feinberg Mgomezulu missed the final stages of the United Rugby Championship with the Stormers and was also unavailable for the Springboks' early Nations Championship matches. He admits it was frustrating to watch from the sidelines, but says that he used the time to improve his game instead of focusing on the disappointment.
I'm very happy to be back. Immense privilege and immense pride in the way I went about getting back into the setup here. And honestly, I'm just being welcomed in with arms like I have. It's a warm feeling, and I just want to make sure I repay the guys on Saturday and every Saturday going forward, hopefully.
Meanwhile, in football, Banyana coach Disraeli says that her team is ready for the challenge of facing host Morocco in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals after securing a hard-earned 1-0 win over Burkina Faso. Thembi Kgatlana scored the only goal for the match to help South Africa qualify for the last 8. Now, Banyana also benefited from a VAR decision that overturned a penalty awarded to Burkina Faso, and Ellis has admitted that her side did not play their best football after taking an early lead. However, they are hoping to build on their momentum moving forward. Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates have apologized to supporters after Saturday's Betway Premiership opener at Orlando Amstel Arena, which was marred by unruly scenes outside the stadium. The club says that the venue had to be locked down after criminal syndicates were found selling counterfeit tickets, creating a serious risk to public safety. Pirates confirmed the decision to close the gates was taken by the venue operations center, leaving after criminal syndicates were found selling counterfeit tickets, creating a serious risk to public safety. Pirates confirmed the decision to close the gates was taken by the venue operations center, leaving some fans with valid tickets unable to gain entry. Refunds will be administered through open tickets. Elsewhere, FIFA President Gianni Infantino is under growing pressure ahead of the organization's presidential election in 2027. Several football associations have reportedly withdrawn their support for Infantino following criticism of some of his recent proposals and concerns about the way that he's leading world football. Now, according to the New York Times, FIFA is facing one of the biggest leadership crises in its history, and they believe that confidence in Infantino has been badly damaged, and also that the FIFA president should step down if the organization wants to avoid a bigger divide within world football. In cricket, South Africa's top talent is secured as all 6 Betway SA20 franchises confirm their retained and pre-signed players ahead of October's auction. Global stars Mitchell Marsh, Joe Root, Sam Curran and Phil Salt headlined the list, joining Proteas standouts Quinton de Kock, Kagiso Rabada and Aiden Markram. Durban's Super Giants and Paul Royals have already completed their full squads, while Joburg Super Kings and my Cape Town will be the busiest at the auction with 6 slots each to fill. And League Commissioner Graham Smith says that Season 5 is shaping up to be the strongest yet, with stability across squads and marquee names boosting competition's global pool. Now, the season begins on the 17th of January at St. George's Park and concludes with the final at Newlands on the 21st of February. Ashraf, before I leave, I don't know, have you had a glimpse of the new Springbok jersey for the All Blacks tour by any chance?
No, and I'm very disappointed because what it means, it never got delivered to me. Like, I have reason to be furious about it.
Trust me, we are in the same boat.
Okay. Well, that boat needs to row safely to the shore and pick up our tops, man.
It's just been actually launched today. I do know that it's going to go on sale from tomorrow. However, I love this touch. At the heart of the jersey design, there is South Africa's national anthem, Nkosi Sikelel, printed on the shape of the South African flag on the jersey.
Wow.
And they say it's there specifically to represent South Africa's jersey design. There is South Africa's national anthem, Nkosi Sikelel, printed on the shape of the South African flag on the jersey.
Wow.
And they say it's there specifically to represent South Africa's diverse voices, histories, and communities, because obviously our national anthem is in Xhosa, Zulu, Sotho, Afrikaans, and English. You should actually check it out. Absolutely gorgeous jersey.
Do it. Well, that's how you champion South Africa. It really is. Much appreciated.
Absolutely.
You need to get the jersey and
that's
check it out.
Yeah.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation. SAfm.
Having a live crossing now to Ferry Al-Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferry.
Hello, Sally. Yes,
The ANC's got in early. It's fired the first volley before the election results are even in. What it's saying on land policy is that we're going to have a land claims court to deal with the claims of those removed from the land since 1913. This court will decide on those claims. It will have the same status as the Supreme Court.
I believe the press conference also has dealt with food policies.
Yes, some tantalizing hints of things.
Also has dealt with food policies.
Yes, some tantalizing hints of things to come. An ANC-led government is likely to scrap VAT on foodstuffs. It's also likely to introduce food stamps and food vouchers for people who can't afford to buy food.
It seems the ANC is moving very quickly to try and fulfill as quickly as possible their promises from the election campaign.
Definitely, it seems like that was the intention of this press conference, to show to its members and those who voted for it that they are going to deliver on the many promises they've made.
Now, have they given any indication whether they're going to deal with the cost of these plans? Have they dealt with this issue?
Well, they're looking at land, show to its members and those who voted for it that they are going to deliver on the many promises they've made.
Now, have they given any indication whether they're going to deal with the cost of these plans? Have they dealt with this issue?
Well, they're looking at land claims from at least 1 million people. No, they haven't answered questions on cost, although I hope to speak to Aninka Klassen afterwards and find out what they're going to do about it.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, so the market's coming up. SAFM market update, in fact, for an hour from 6 to 7. Jimmy, well, you got a story and the name, a Nigerian heavyweight, and I mean that in the most complimentary way, is top of the agenda, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. It certainly is. The name in particular that you're referring to is the Dangote Petroleum, or the Dangote name rather. We're going to be focusing on the Dangote Petroleum business in particular, because that business has been the center of the IPO, has been the center of the IPO discussions of late, particularly on the African continent. We're going to see if we can make sense of what that IPO could potentially look like. It was something that's been rumored to have started the talks rather to have started a couple of weeks ago. Plans had been put in place. We had initially looked at an LSE listing. We now have a bit more color that it could potentially be looked at an LSE listing. We now have a bit more color that it could potentially be a Nigerian stock exchange listing first primarily, and then potentially even a secondary listing on the JSE. We're going to try and a Nigerian stock exchange listing first primarily, and then potentially even a secondary listing on the JSE. We're going to try and see if we can make sense of what a monumental listing this could be for the African continent and how it is that we could potentially navigate that. Then we're going to keep up with the Public Investment Corporation developments that we've been seeing. We know that we confirmed this yesterday, that the Chief Executive Officer has been reinstated following his suspension being declared invalid by a judge, and that we're going to be looking at that in a bit more detail as part of our ongoing coverage around that, to see where that puts the Public Investment Corporation at the moment. We'll see where that puts the Public Investment Corporation at the moment. We also have a conversation with the lead economist at KPMG, Frank Blackmore, around the latest proposals that have been put forward by South Africa towards the United States around some of the tariff investigations. The Minister of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Pakstow, has written to the U.S. government to potentially request that we be exempted from certain tariffs. We're going to be exploring that, but also exploring the relationship between the U.S. and South Africa following the conclusion of those investigations a little while ago. Then, because it's Wednesday, we've got an executive lounge conversation to be had as well. We're going to be speaking to an executive within Bridgestone to get a sense of what it is that they do and how it is that they go about doing their day-to-day responsibilities outside of work. We've also obviously got the global strategist or global equity strategist at Otter 1890, David Shapiro, on markets with me a little later on, and I want to get his thoughts around some of the market movements that have been taking place throughout today. It has been quite a bit of a global strategist or global equity strategist at Otto 1890, David Shapiro, on markets with me a little later on, and I want to get his thoughts around some of the market movements that have been taking place throughout today. It has been quite a bit of a mixed bunch. A lot of the indices, a lot of the sectors in South Africa, industrials and financial sectors, both in the red, but that made absolutely no difference because resource stocks were up 5%. They pulled the entire all share up more than 1%. The top 40 was up more than 1%. The gold price back above 4,200, gaining about 4% on the day's trade. Silver above $62 a fine ounce. Platinum still holding above 1,700. Palladium above 1,300. And the oil price, more importantly, or most importantly rather, is still below $80 a barrel. It has kind of been testing that level quite a bit. It has been coming very close to going back above $80 a barrel, but we're still at $78.75 a barrel or so. The price of a US dollar at the moment, $1 would cost you 16 rand 31 cents. 1 British pound finally below 22 rand again at 21 rand 97. 1 euro would cost you 18 rand 84 at current rates, and 1 Australian dollar 11 rand and 51 cents. The price of a Bitcoin $64,400 a coin in rand terms. With that firmer rand, puts it at 1,053,000 rand. International equity markets, before we go, they were largely in the green. US markets are entirely in the green. European markets all in the green except for the DAX in Germany, down 7 basis points. In fact, that was the only major international market that finished in the red. Asian markets were all in the green as well. The Nikkei, the biggest winner there, up 3.6%. So as I said, I've got Otto 1890's David Shapiro on markets a little later on. I want to get his thoughts around some of the market movements that have been unfolding on this particular Wednesday and get a sense of what the month of August could potentially shape up to look like as we're concluding the earnings season in the US, but also starting some of the earnings numbers in South Africa. But those conversations after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Ryan, thank you for that. Looks like a very interesting, exciting show. Thought-provoking coming up. 6 to 7. Sport coming up 7 to 8 thereafter.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation. SAfm.
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes, the ANC's got in early. It's fired the first volley before the election results are even in. What it's saying on land policy is that we're going to have a land claims court to deal with the claims of those removed from the land since 1913. This court will decide on those claims. It will have the same status as the Supreme Court.
I believe the press conference also has dealt with food policies.
Yes, some tantalizing hints of things to come. An ANC-led government is likely to scrap VAT on foodstuffs. It's also likely to introduce food stamps and food vouchers for people who can't afford to buy food.
It seems the ANC is moving very quickly to try and fulfill as quickly as possible their promises from the election campaign.
Definitely, it seems like that was the intention of this press conference, to show to its members and those who voted for it that they are going to deliver on the many promises they've made.
Now, have they given any indication whether they're going to deal with the cost of these plans? Have they dealt with this issue?
Well, they're looking at land claims from at least 1 million people. No, they haven't answered questions on cost, although I hope to speak to Aninka Klaassen afterwards and find out what they're going to do about it.
South Africa has changed. SAfm has evolved. The conversation continues. SAfm. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, what we're going to do, there's lots of you going to talk about. One, the general theme, SAfm at 90. How did you first tune into SAfm? Like, what happened to you? Did you fall upon it by chance? Did someone recommend it? What did you do? Did you fall upon it by chance? Did someone recommend it? What did you do? And then you've been listening since. And give me the names that you are familiar with all through the years, then and now. There's also comments about the Madlanga Commission, of course, including that position of the appointment of a significant person to lead the Phala inquiry, as you now know. And, of course, the suspension, 20-odd days plus for Fadil Adams too. So all of that to come. Mbuzi Bekaya, first of all, let's get your thoughts from East London. Hi.
Brother.
Yes, sir.
Look, two brief things that I want to touch on, and I'm going to be very brief.
Yeah.
You know, the celebration of both the SABC and should contextualize the two following contexts. One, there were moments where the two platforms were used as part of the apartheid regime. That leadership change at the SABC with the changes in government transitioned the SABC to a better institution. And I think the celebration needs to focus on that transition, not to glorify the past, but to focus on the transition that happened, correcting things that happened in the past. Because not every conversation that was happening in the past was good for the people. It was segregated. It was driving the divisive apartheid narrative. And I think the brand message of the SABC and all its platforms are going to be enriched by talking about how that transition was driven into the new system. Behind that, the successes that they registered in having the free SABC that we have today, and SAFM where we are able to call in and disagree with the presenters and everything. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Okay. Yeah. I tell you what, I'd love to engage you further, agree and disagree, but your line's getting progressively worse, so we can't hear more than that what you've said. But I think I've got the gist of what you're saying. I'm sorry we can't chat now, but your point is right. I mean, the transformation, and then to the point of agree, disagree, and engage, I think is a privilege and a responsibility we must not take lightly. So absolutely. Sorry about that bad line. Right, let's get to further comments from you. You're very much on the pulse. That conversation with Zwelinzima Vavi, lots of people want to talk about it.
No, I wish I could say something, Ashraf, but I'm disappointed in Zwelinzima Vavi. Seriously, I am really disappointed in him. And yet again, it disappoints me. I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know who gave him the right to go and be our spokesperson in Nigeria, especially of all places, Nigerians, because Nigerians have no respect for South Africa or South Africans. They insult us on a daily basis, and he saw it fit to go and tell them our differences, as if in their country they have no differences of tribal differences, and they are the holiest. What gave him that right to insult us on a daily basis, and he saw it fit to go and tell them our differences, as if in their country they have no differences of tribal differences, and they are the holiest. What gave him that right to go and speak like that, really? Anonymous in the Eastern Cape.
What gave him the right to speak? Look, I mean, everybody's got a right. He could be going there for whatever reason, and they're asking him about South Africa. He can't not have an opinion. I'd be disappointed if Zwelinzima Vavi, considering where he's come from, has I don't have an opinion.
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. Sir Ashraf, my worry is one, and I will stick to the point up until I die. The Matlanga Commission was set up for the only main reason that the PKTT was shut down, the 121 murder dockets, until today, the two, are out reports, but the president have never read them out. Why? What is the problem with the president? If anything, look now, they've just recalled somebody from India who was going around with the Guptas and. Why can't he read these reports? I thank you.
Okay, point made. And in fact, let's talk about that recall that was touched on. That is the South African ambassador to India, Anil Sukla. Remember, he was ordered to return home over former President Jacob Zuma's June meeting. Remember when he met some members of the Gupta family? Well, he was part of that meetup, and on that basis, he's now been recalled. Right. Let's get more. Here we are.
Ashraf, can someone tell me what is Cyril Ramaphosa running away from? Why is he running to the courts? And I guess it's his right to do that, but why is it that he doesn't want to account? What is it that he is scared of being exposed? It's a mess. Can we really trust the ANC? People need to open their eyes. They need to wake up.
Okay, you've made your point strongly. I mean, I can't speak on his behalf, so I won't. Okay. By the way, talking about tomorrow, so it's SAfm at 90, so we speak to different people, and Shadow Twana was a guest today, and then we had Modise here on Monday. There'll be another guest on Friday. This is in the mornings, and then tomorrow's show, we'll have Tabiso Tema. Remember him? Of course you should. I'll talk to him sometime after 5, I believe, tomorrow. Right, here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You're speaking to Luck here in Matsakali village. I remember I started listening to SAfm 1995 with the likes of Tim Modise, Chris Upton, Jan Palman, Tommy Mahabo, Nikwe Bikija, and more others. The koalas of this world. Happy birthday to the 90th birthday of SAfm. Thank you very much.
Okay, got that. By the way, I heard that's an interesting story that you've got, right? Tabiso Tema tomorrow, not 5 to 6, 4 to 5. You got that, 4 to 5. So the middle hour of tomorrow's show is when I will engage him, right? Okay, there's more. Let me play some of those too. And there's a whole lot more range of other issues too. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, you've got Rudolph here, Makubelo, all the way from Van Vikspan village, Kobagambeng. Look, Ashraf, TVET colleges are doing extremely wonderful work in terms of skills development, particularly when you go to their workshops for the artisanship and engineering courses, because students, they do theory in class, and the next thing at the same time, they go to the workshops where you find such a very best equipment where learners, they are doing their practicals for exposure. Thank you.
And, your point about TVET's important here.
Good afternoon, guys. Tara from Midrand. The person that made me fall in love with SAfm is Tsepiso Makwetla and Aldrin St. Pierre. Aldrin St. Pierre was so nice. That guy made me fall in love with news, actually. Because he was the one that, when it hit 3 o'clock, I made sure, man, Aldrin is on the radio. I have to turn on my radio. Aldrin, Mamtsepiso, Bongi, Katie, you guys, Sakina, there are a lot. You guys are very, 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 very informative. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh,
and happy birthday.
Thank you. Lovely call. Aldrin's with SA Tourism now, as you may be aware of, right? But yeah, thank you for that point. And yeah, the range of people that you connect with, very important. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My name is William, brother from another mother. I started listening to SAfm around 2021. The reason being, I found it so educative, informative, transparent, fearless, and entertaining. I enjoyed the show from 6 a.m. up to 6 p.m. When I'm on the road, I always listen to SAfm. That's great stuff from the crew of SAfm. I like it. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, William. Brother from another mother.
Brother from another mother, William. There we are. Thank you for listening, William. On the road, listening all the time. I mean, seriously, SAfm, when you listen to SAfm, you will know, if you know what I'm saying.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you and the listeners. On the issue of Comrade Duduzane being made the first deputy president, all I have to say is that people build things so that they can hand them over to their children. And we support Comrade Ngamalala, and he must leave the party to his children. He has worked hard in his life so that his children can benefit. Hands off, Ngamalala, hands off.
Hands off. Okay, here's another about the MK party.
Ashraf and your team, good afternoon. It's Kosnari speaking here. My brother, look, MK party is not a sponsor shop for Mr. Zuma. Instead, Mr. Jacob Zuma is the very, very clever president I ever seen. because Jacob Zuma know about the politics. Some of us, we don't know nothing about the politics. We only see Jacob Zuma is calculating. He cannot remove people without knowing anything pertaining those people. That is wrong.
Okay, and by the way, just before we conclude, I mean, there's been a statement from Fikile Mbulula. If you know, yesterday there was a story of the podcast called the African Renaissance Podcast, where Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma was interviewed, and he said, "I've noted with deep regret and with real disappointment the remarks made, excuse me, by Comrade Zuma in this case here. Her remarks have created a wound so deeply, and it is for that reason that I cannot allow them to stand unanswered. I, Fikile Mbulula, deny these allegations in their entirety. I did not distribute money to delegates at the facility referred to as the clinic or anywhere else to procure my own election or the election of any other comrade at the 55th National Congress or the 54th National Conference of the ANC or any other gathering." I'll leave it at that because clearly that story is going to run. Let's see if there's another I can play. I'll leave it at that because clearly that story is going to run. Let's see if there's another I can play.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you and the listeners. On the issue of Comrade Duduzane being made the first deputy president, all I have to say is that people build things so that they can hand them over to their children. And we support Comrade Ngamalala, and he must leave the party to his children. He has worked hard in his life so that his children can benefit. Hands off, Ngamalala, hands off.
Okay, sorry, that one got repeated. We've had some technical issue on that one. Okay, let's leave it at that. Thanks for listening and appreciate it all the more in the light of SAFM at 60. I've asked you can also tweet about it. You can also put it on our Facebook pages. Follow me and SAFM Radio. Share your first reasons why. How did you first get to listen to SAFM? Something had to happen to you. So, get to listen to SAFM. Something had to happen to you. So, what happened? And then who did you listen to then? And who do you listen to now? Post it on social media. I will certainly check it out. Do tag me, Ashraf Garanta, right? So tomorrow, 3 to 6. And don't forget, we've got, as part of the SAFM at 90 celebrations, we'll reflect on the life, in this case, of Tabiso Tema. He used to be here for many, many years indeed. Greg House. Maybe one day we'll talk to Greg about Greg. But right now, it's Greg about the news at 6.
Thank you, Ashraf. 21. Thank you, Ashraf. 21 years on SAFM and counting. In this bulletin, Ramaphosa opposes committee's Concourt appeal and Mexican social media influencer killed during live stream. Good evening. President Cyril Ramaphosa is opposing the urgent